2163. Libby Lane, assist medic. The 63-year-old female is an please.
Oh, and we're live.
Welcome back, Cedars.
Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody.
You're with some different hosts tonight. You've got Joe Kill here and Chad. We're going to be your hosts for the evening. Bob is at a family function, and Pat is celebrating his favorite holiday tonight. We're actually just right outside the sheriff's office in St. Paul PD, where there just happened to be a shooting just a few minutes ago. Somebody was shot in the arm, looked like 2 times. Looks like he's going to be okay, but you don't have to go far. The crime is everywhere.
Yes, especially gun violence. It's been a busy week for gun violence.
We're going to hit the road here and hopefully have a interesting night.
I hope so. You never know with St. Patty's Day, but do our best to stay out of the dead spots, I suppose.
See if we can't find some stolens for you too. We'll be looking. Hope everybody's having a good evening with St. Patty's Day here.
Ooh, that guy was flying in
St. Paul was pretty busy today with the parade.
Yes, downtown I think is still pretty busy, so we'll probably try to stay out of downtown. A lot of people on foot celebrating the holiday. A little bit of cold weather for the holiday though.
Yeah,
I remember a few years ago it was like 70 degrees on St. Patty's Day.
that was a fun day. I remember I was downtown that day.
I was working a sweep that day. I remember.
It's a nice 7 degrees with probably 30-mile-an-hour winds, a little bit of light snow.
Beautiful evening. So for those of you just joining, we apologize. You're going to be stuck with me and Joe today. I believe Bob's at a family function is what I was told. So I hope he's having a good time, but we'll try to keep you entertained for as long as possible here. Hopefully you guys don't get too bored with us. I see a couple questions about the carjacking from this morning. That's still in the works. It sounds like those involved are still out and about, so with any luck maybe we'll run into those guys. But they had a good carjacking. Was it almost 6 a.m., 5 something in the morning? St. Paul, I believe, picked them up as they were fleeing on the east side, and well, with traffic and rush hour, sometimes it's best to disengage for the sake of public safety.
Well, a lot of people working the case. I have no doubt it will be solved.
Yes, soon enough. Ooh.
Over on the east side of St. Paul, coming up Payne Avenue. I'll try to keep my windshield clear as possible.
178 Tango.
You're going to hear a lot of little dinging. The computer makes a lot of weird noises, just so you're aware.
127 Tango.
2160.
I believe the carjacking initially took place, was it West District? Highland neighborhood, I want to say.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I can't think of the exact address, but it was over on the west side of St. Paul. Sounds like those guys have been on a little bit of a crime spree since this morning. I'm trying to figure out when they sleep, I suppose, but yeah, with any luck, they'll try to continue their crime spree and come back over to Ramsey County and do our best to intervene. Did you work earlier today?
What's it? Yeah, I came in this morning early, worked, I went home and slept for a little while, and back at it.
Busy day today?
It was steady. It was a steady day. We're doing a lot of follow-up and a lot of catch-up.
So the roads do look a little bare, I guess, for a Friday, but I'd like to think everybody's kind of gravitating downtown, so hopefully the cold doesn't keep everybody in tonight. We'd like to show you guys a little bit of action. I don't think they're predicting much snow. I want to say between maybe 1 and 3 inches. But I guess don't quote me on that. I don't watch the weather too much. Hopefully on the lower end, because I'm personally done with the snow.
I'm ready for it to be over. I'm looking forward to some nicer weather.
Some sunshine and some green grass.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to flood this year with the amount of snow we have. We got to be pushing an all-time record for snow here soon.
Yeah, it has been a busy or a heavy year for snowfall. That is snow falling outside. A little too cold for rain right now, but we're just some random flurries more than anything. I wouldn't say it's snowing, but it's just kind of flurrying, so. Oh, let's see. A couple shout outs here. One to Butch Sorensen, riding with Live since the beginning from Miami, Florida. Gosh, the weather must be nice down there. Butch is a retired Metropolitan Dade Police Department officer.
Thanks for your service.
Yes, thank you, Butch. I imagine that's a busy area. Oh yeah, we got a lot of fans from out of state. Scott Gregory, one of our biggest Live fans, is from Winchester. Is that Virginia? VA?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh, and his son Frederick, County Deputy Stephen Gregory. So thank you, Stephen, for your service.
Thank you.
I think you know, just as we do, that this job can be draining sometimes. So we do always admire those that are still willing to come into law enforcement after everything we've dealt with over the last couple of years, and you know, just the change in the way the job is done. Sometimes it can be harder for us, but for those still willing to get into the line of work, we do appreciate it. We could use more solid people in this profession.
Absolutely.
There's plenty of crime to go around. He's on me here.
7132.
The potholes are extreme
Gosh.
out here. Yeah, it look like I'm swerving all over the place, but I'm trying to avoid losing a tire.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I'm surprised I haven't popped a tire yet because I've hit a couple big ones quite aggressively with my squad, and so far everything's held up, thank God.
96 still searching.
Oh, we got fans from the United Kingdom even. Wow. Thank you everybody for tuning in. It's always kind of been remarkable to me how many people tune in, and just the variety of where everybody comes from. Never would have imagined that I'd have someone from the UK or just anywhere watching me work. So it's pretty cool.
270 copy speech for area check 1155 speech for 911 team up within 25 meters.
Copy, Ron.
2122.
So far, it's been a pretty steady night for St. Paul. Not a whole lot of crazy going on. They did have that shooting that I believe started at a gas station, and they located either the victim or the suspect over by our law enforcement center. Ended up transporting him to the hospital for his gunshot wounds. It sounds like he's going to be okay though, which is good. Yeah, it's been a busy week for gun violence. They had St. Paul had their 7th homicide of the year, I believe, on Monday.
Happy. Are you in assistant 3?
Don't really know all the details about it, but it sounds like a female suffered a gunshot wound, and unfortunately she was an unintended target from what I understand, which is always just a shame and sad.
Terrible.
Had a couple good shots fired last night, one in Central District, one on the east side. And I guess when I say a good shots fired, I don't mean, you know, good quality. I just mean, you know, there was casings located, so it was a confirmed, you know, shots fired. There was rounds getting fired off. Nobody was struck from what I understand last night. I think one individual had a couple rounds go through their house, which I imagine was terrifying, but thankfully nobody was hurt. I imagine the gangs and guns unit for St. Paul is doing all they can to investigate.
We should have a plethora of detail cars down there. If you could task one of them to that.
Right now, Joe is driving, and I am in the passenger seat. So,
Copy.
I am currently driving. Road on the east side still. We're gonna go check some spots for some stolens.
Our cars are needed.
Got the LPR working, which is a license plate reader. My car, Chad's car also has one.
Copy.
it's a great tool.
Great tool. Sometimes it gets a little tough when it's raining or snowing heavy, but
Yeah, the camera gets a little fogged up or clogged up.
might have to make a couple pit stops to clear off the lenses.
Oh, I love that LPR though. It makes our job a little easier because it's hard to run so many plates. I mean, you know, on a good day, I think manually 60, 70, 80 plates on a night's. That's a lot of plates, you know, but with my LPR, I think one night I ran over 2,000 just driving around. So it takes some of the legwork off of us and lets us focus on other things, whether that be driving or responding to an area to assist with people. So it's a great tool to have, I think.
Yeah, it's a great tool. It's nice because if you ever need to go back and look, you can pull up your history and see if you've ran that plate before or found the car that you were looking for before, and it gives you the exact coordinates where it took the picture, and it actually takes a physical picture of the car. Every plate.
Copy. Did you want a second card? Copy. Affirmative. Are you in the Chippy area? Eagle Parkway,
I don't know if flight can come out in this weather. I know they do come out in inclement weather. Doesn't have to be a clear, perfect evening by any means, but it depends on what they call the ceiling, and that's the cloud cover. Depending on how low the clouds are or how high they are, they can come out. Again, I couldn't tell you if tonight falls under one of those nights will be available, but I hope so, because gosh, they've been a great tool.
Yeah, they're great when they're up. Lifesaver sometimes.
Whew.
There's a pothole.
That's a good one. LPR stands for License Plate Reader. It's basically a camera with some infrared lights on it that just acknowledges license plates as we drive by. We can drive by at 30 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour. It does a pretty good job at picking them up. It's not perfect. Sometimes.
Pulled into the Emerald. It was kind of a weird take.
Copy.
Got it. Yeah, we're ways away.
Gosh, yeah, we are ways away. Let's see. Happy birthday to Tracy. Looks like. We're gonna flip around and head up towards Nicole. She's got what sounds like a vehicle with a kind of maybe a goofy looking license plate on it, so we'll start floating that way in case it turns into anything here. We are a ways out, but either way. See, another shout out request for, I apologize if I mess up your name. Looks like Jack Heipst, Jr. and Senior. Thanks for riding with us from Ohio. And happy birthday to Christy McWilliams, who turned 42 this month. Happy birthday, Christy. I hope your birthday was satisfying. In Cuba City, Wisconsin. I've never heard of that. But maybe they have better weather over in Cuba City.
Where is Cuba City?
Good question. I have no idea.
Hopefully it's warmer. Just by the name, I hope it's warmer.
Traffic. 21. Lake Avenue and Baldwin with Charlie Town 438.
What's your status, Nicole?
Okay, I'm just trying to check.
Got it.
So I see a few questions about the LPR. I can't really get into the technical facet of it, but what it does, like I said, it registers the plate and it'll run that plate that it registers through our NCIC database, checking for various wanted person hits, stolen vehicle hits, stuff like that. Every day when we log in, you kind of do an audit of it, and it pulls the most recent plates that may or may not have been entered in as stolen, over the course of the time while we were off, or what have you, in between shifts, and you try to get the most recent data. I know the other day I got a hit on my LPR for a stolen license plate that must have been a delayed hit with the LPR, because it was actually clear when I ran it through our data channel. So it's not a perfect system, but it's a good tool to kind of get your attention if needed.
Yeah, you get some false hits that the LPR will hit as a stolen, and you'll run it and it's not stolen.
Wakes you up a little bit.
Yeah, you'll hear it'll sound like a siren.
It scared the heck out of me the first time I heard it, I'll be honest. It's the LPR. It's on some cars. It's visible. Mine's kind of down lower in like the grill of the vehicle. But if you know what it looks like, yes, it's visible. But it doesn't. I wouldn't say it catches your eye. At least with the setup I have or the setup Joe has.
Ours are low. A lot of LPRs are usually mounted on the top of the roofs of the light bars. In various angles to pretty much scan down. So ours are fixed way low, so we have to scan high.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, you'll even notice on some of them. Well, I guess I haven't noticed it much recently, but I mean, there's some state cars or other agencies that'll have one on each corner of the roof. You know, so 4 LPRs total. That just kind of captures everything around them. We run 2. We don't catch anything in the back. Ours just run in front, so there's definitely chances of us missing some things because we don't have that 100% coverage. But
and they're used all over. A lot of recovery companies use them. So tow trucks, some tow truck companies have them on. Looking for various things that they look for.
Yeah, which is nice because sometimes they'll hit on a stolen and then they'll let us know and we can come deal with it, recover it, get that vehicle back to the registered owner with any luck in one piece. Unfortunate thing about half these stolens is that a lot of the people that steal them, you know, they're either living out of it or they're using drugs in it or they're, you know, just kind of on a crime spree with it. So we don't always get them back in great condition, but we try to get them back in as good of condition as we could. Do you know who won the high school state hockey tourney?
I don't.
I don't either. If anybody knows who won the high school hockey tournament last week, feel free to fill us in. We apologize for the windshield. It is clean. It's just it's hard to keep it perfectly clear with the flurries that we're getting, and you know the vehicle's kind of kicking up road salt. So we'll try to do our best.
Could you guys go to channel 4 for me, please? 629 here.
So yeah, still fairly early, I guess I'd say as far as our night goes. It's 9:35 in Minnesota. Hopefully things will pick up here. It's tough to really predict a night. You know, you can't always say Fridays are busy because sometimes Fridays are slow and quiet, and you know Sundays are out of control, and we're running from call to call, and it's hit or miss sometimes, but for the most part, I'd say Fridays are usually eventful. People like to go out, get some drinks, maybe make some bad decisions in the process.
Yeah.
Looks like Minnetonka won.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Minnetonka looks like they pulled it.
Well, good work, Minnetonka. That's got to be a heck of an experience.
Yeah.
In high school, winning the state hockey tournament, having everybody watching you like that, I would have loved to go through that myself. So hopefully those kids cherish the experiences that they went through, even if you lost. I mean, still a heck of a thing to be playing at the XL Energy Center.
Yeah, for sure. Coming into the city of Maplewood here, Wiper Avenue.
Are they still out? Is she still out with that car? You know? License plate readers do not tell us about insurance. We don't have any way to run a vehicle to see if it has active insurance. I don't know if that's a state thing or if other states have that information when you get a license plate query return. But as far as Minnesota goes, we have to see proof of insurance, at the time of the stop. But we do not have the ability just to see if a vehicle is insured, before we actually make a stop on the vehicle.
I'm gonna go up and talk to him, but I'm gonna switch over to data on my pack set, so if you need me, that's where I am.
Copy, we're not too far out. We'll be there in a sec.
So it sounds like Nicole's working something over here at one of Maplewood's hotels. We're not too far from her, so we'll see what we got going on. I think this one of the hotels are kind of notorious and other nefarious.
Metro 2440 cars, information on a driving complaint. Northbound 35 from about mile marker 148. Described as a silver Jeep Cherokee. Henry Tom Yellow 276 comes back to a silver Cherokee out of Minneapolis. Showing the caller things in his hand, possibly a firearm. It's a driver only occupant. Speedy, passing on the shoulder, tailgating. He has several LOIs of aggressive driving complaints as well. Information 2139. White male, 511 avid silver, no brown jacket.
It sounds like from these comments that it must just be a Minnesota thing when it comes to insurance information. Looks like some states do have it, but it'd be nice to have that because sometimes people lie to you, believe it or not. And I've seen a few fake insurance cards on my time on the street, and short of us actually calling in the insurance company,
Really.
sometimes it's hard
Okay,
to.
I'm clear.
Copy.
A lot of questions asking about Bob and Pat. Bob has a family event tonight that he is at, and Pat, sounds like Pat's celebrating St. Patty's Day, which I don't blame him. I would too if I wasn't working, but we are currently in Maplewood, maybe technically White Bear right now.
Yeah, I'm just coming into Wiper Lake.
Right on the southern border between White Bear and Maplewood. So for those of you that are out of state in Minnesota and might not know the geography over here, Maplewood and White Bear are suburbs just north of St. Paul, kind of borders the eastern edge of our county. Pat did quit smoking, which
Yeah, he did.
it's a heck of a thing to do. I know a lot of people struggle with it, and it's one hard thing to quit. So I give him kudos for sticking with it and committing to it. And I couldn't tell you how many days he's on, but I want to say he's got to be close to at least a month.
Yeah, I think he shared that with us last time we talked, and I think he's doing great. So good for him.
I imagine there'll be some health benefits that follow.
Absolutely. And some savings.
That
Save
too.
a little bit of money.
That
I don't even
too.
know what a pack of smokes goes for, but it's got to be.
It's at least $10, I think.
Looks like they know somebody else.
Yep, 21. Roger, 10 cars for a pedestrian walking in a t-shirt and shorts.
Roads are getting a little bit slick now.
Near the dealership.
I didn't think we were supposed to get too much snow.
Yeah, I hope not.
2140.
Let's see, a couple more shout outs here. Happy birthday to Phil Osborne, retired law enforcement officer. Turned 80 years young on March 15th. Happy birthday, Phil.
Happy birthday.
And one more birthday shout out for Sharon Teeples, I want to say is how you pronounce that. Turned 79 on Monday, and that shout out came from her daughter, Danae Garner. Thank you guys for watching from Colorado. Hopefully you guys are a little warmer over there than we are here. I think the wind chill here is -8 last I looked a couple hours ago. I can't imagine it's changed much, but
Yeah, Colorado, I'm sure they get a lot of snow too.
-9 my phone is telling me. So a nice balmy evening in Minnesota.
Currently got 5 degrees here. 5 degrees.
Yeah, it's always remarkable how much different some seasons can be, because I don't know if you guys were tuning in earlier a few years ago when last time I worked a DUI sweep, which is just a concentrated DUI effort for intoxicated drivers, but it was on St. Patrick's Day, and I want to say it was a beautiful 70 degrees sunny perfect day, honestly, and that was a busy night down in St. Paul. Another shout out to Larry McDonald, who who's a Ramsey County Reserve, I believe, who's since passed away. So thank you for your service. And he met the gentleman, but I hear a lot of good things from those that knew him. So of his that are watching, thanks for tuning in. 43 degrees in southern Vermont. I'll take.
That's almost t-shirt weather.
Gosh, that is t-shirt weather.
Strike 3. Current GOA will be GOG. I think I'll clear it.
And I apologize for the misinformation. Larry McDonald worked for St. Paul for over 40 years, which is
Long career.
so that's a feat in and of itself. To be somewhere for 40 years, you really gotta look. Oof, a pack of cigarettes in Canada is over $23.
Is it true in Canada where they have like in their packs? They don't like. That's how they advertise it.
I think so. I think a lot of people, other than which I think would be that's good. Keep some people from getting into the habit. $39 in Eastern Tennessee. I don't know if you've ever been to Tennessee, but I love Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite states. Whew.
Lost a tire there. Yeah, Tennessee's great. The mountains up there are amazing.
Yes, yeah. So we are heading back south now. Still in Maplewood as of now, kind of making our way back. All.
My apologies, I didn't hear the 61. That's something wrong with.
No, we do not have to change it ourselves. We have a contract with one of our tow companies, and they'll actually come and either, depending on the damage, I guess, tow us back to our county garage, or they'll be kind enough to replace the tire for us. So that is nice that if that happens, I won't be stuck on the side of the road dealing with it. I apologize for going through some dead spots here. It's kind of unavoidable from what I'm learning. I blame the satellites.
Sorry for Tango. Can I get medic?
Copy, signing medic. They cleared it.
It's going to be Kellogg and Robert.
Kellogg and Robert, will they be cleared in?
329, code forward for medics. No
Hi.
party is complaining of late night.
Copy.
Take 197. 2299 Palmer Drive on the alarm from a general burglary.
35 copy.
Southbound with a black Charger. Unknown plate at this time, but the vehicle stopped.
I'm looking for you.
2007.
2007, go ahead.
Can I get an ambulance to my location. I have a female that's extremely intoxicated.
So that's Under Sheriff Mike Martin's working
Copy.
I believe he's working an off-duty gig at somewhere downtown. Just requested medics for a heavily intoxicated individual. So the drinks are flowing tonight. No doubt about it.
We'll have to go down
2007,
there
are you code 4 for medic?
and take a peek.
Yes. Yeah, maybe we'll try to visit him at some point.
Copy, the
He's got the easy gig tonight. Knock on wood.
300.
300.
312 is a scratch. No roll call for east. 2 or 3's in service.
Copy, take 2 at 2152.
Copy, code 4, just make sure you can be clear.
Japanese bird. No BWC.
At 2152.
New message. New message.
So we are back on the east side of St. Paul. I believe we just turned on Maryland.
From White Bear.
Quite a few of us out tonight, as usual. Usually Fridays we're pretty stacked. We got Nicole, which you guys will be blessed with later on around midnight. Sergeant Suki, of course, and Tony and his canine partner Cross are out as well. So.
Code 4 for medic. Copy, 21.
Morning 7, Tango 23.
Terry, make sure you pass along. Congrats to just a police officer job down in Texas. Again, you know it's a tough career to get to still have to drive. It goes to show, you know, what we are, because it's a rewarding job most of the time. We will be most likely till about 2 a.m. barring, you know, any sort of catastrophe might make us stop sooner, or if we get into something late, maybe we'll stay on later. But general rule of thumb, I'd say, is about 2 a.m. We are not in a marked unit. As far as CAT team goes, we don't generally use marked units. It's we operate on the element of surprise, which helps us facilitate what we're gonna do in a safer manner, I'd say. You know, it's easier to sneak up on people when you're not driving a big billboard that says police on the side of it. I I think we were live on Wednesday. I want to say Under Sheriff Mike Martin was live in the later afternoon part of the day. Most of the CAT team was at training that day, so he was kind of on his own, but I do believe he was live. Not sure if much happened that day, but greetings from Australia. I always wanted to visit Australia. That and New Zealand.
New Zealand.
New Zealand. God, I'd love to go to New Zealand.
That'd be fun.
Explain the CAT team. So CAT team stands for Carjacking and Auto Theft Unit. It's a specialized unit or team that was put together in 2001 or 2021, right?
2021.
2021. It's grant funded, and it's a unit that we focus on stolen vehicles, carjackings, anything related to auto theft is our main focus. I couldn't really give you the specific numbers, but I know as far as recovery goes, these guys have recovered in the millions when it comes to the value of stolen vehicles that they've returned to the owners, and it's been a really productive 2 years. So I'm glad to have joined the team a couple months ago. But it's been a lot of good work done down here.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun doing it. We love recovering these cars, love getting them back to the owners. I'd say we have to be over the 3 million mark now for recoveries.
That's a lot of money.
And arrests, hundreds of arrests.
I do know, looking at the numbers, and I can't quote specific numbers, but I strongly believe the CAT team has been effective in kind of curbing some of this armed carjackings and the frequency of stolen vehicles. Obviously, we're not going to stop everything, but it looks like since the CAT team kind of started doing their thing, armed carjackings in Ramsey County at least have gone down quite a bit. So I'd like to think that there is some production being done here and some good things, and it's having a good effect on at least making some people think.
Both of the spot that's going to be right in the original list. Firearm recovered and it's stolen in Chicago.
Catalytic converters, I think, are still kind of being stolen at a pretty high rate. I want to say it's slowed down a little bit, because when I was on patrol, I was taking 3, 4, 5 catalytic converter thefts a day for a little bit there, and
I know there's some different agencies doing some type of stamping and markings and
stamping VIN numbers in there, and
so they can be more trackable and they can't trade them into the scrap yards.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue with catalytic converters is they steal them in, 20 seconds. You have a sawzall, and before someone can even call 911, on to the next one. So those are tough to catch. You really got to be on top of the speed. And I will say, stopping some of these guys, and you pull them out of the car, and there's 10 catalytic converters in the back seat, so they've been busy over the last couple hours. And
177.
Where a pedestrian was hit by the vehicle.
Looks like medics are
taking the person away.
So for those of you out and about tonight, make sure you watch out for people walking on the street. It is a holiday. People are out moving around tonight, especially if you live downtown or in a busy inner city area. Just be cognizant of that. Don't want anybody getting hurt tonight. I don't know if Minneapolis or Hennepin has an organized CAT team like we do. I'm sure they have a unit that works on carjackings and stolens, specifically, but I don't really think there's.
They do have some grant-funded investigators like us.
Okay.
And they all work with a bigger group of people doing multi-level crimes, higher-end crimes.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit busier over on the other side of the river, just with the population. I don't know exactly how the scrapyards take the catalytic converters. I don't know if there's a lot of accountability when it comes to certain scrapyards and documenting the people bringing the catalytic converters in. I think a large issue with the frequency of catalytic converters is that some of these scrapyards are not following the rules like they're supposed to, and it makes them easy for these guys to dump multiple stolen converters off and just kind of keep doing it, because at the end of the day it's making the thieves money and it's making the scrapyards money too, and money talks, obviously.
Bella Street, Unit 7 for a well-bridge type cop.
The reason why the catalytic converters are stolen so frequently is because they have so much, I guess you know how to explain it? Precious metals.
There's a precious metal in there that's worth a lot, that once it's broken down, that's how they get paid.
Yeah, and I don't know if these metals are, produced from the conversion of the exhaust or how all that works. I'm not really savvy on the technical part of it, but they're after the precious metals inside, and I think there's like 3 or 4 different ones.
Every job 994. Come on, play. Control.
20 Shelton, I don't know where that is.
Squad 187, Tango 23.
Oh, let's see, I'm trying to keep up with your guys' questions here. Oh, is winter slowed carjackings? I mean, yes and no. It's like this morning there was another carjacking, and I don't think it was much warmer than it is right now, so it's a little bit of a crime of opportunity. It does seem like, on these cold nights or winter storm type nights, people kind of take advantage of it. I remember working patrol, and it seemed like, you'd think with the type of weather that we were having, people would kind of hunker down and be inside, but a lot of people take advantage of it, burglarize, steal, and what have you, knowing that it's harder for us to get certain places. Our response time is going to be slower. Whether they flee on foot, their tracks are going to wash out because of the snowfall. So some people take advantage of the bad weather for their own benefit, but I wouldn't really say winter slows anything down. If it's negative 50 or 60 out, I think then it's going to slow some things down because it's just a little more extreme than we're used to, but Percentage of squads pursuit certified. I mean, all of our squads for Ramsey County are pursuit rated. They have to be in order to be on the street doing what we do. So they're all a little specialized to handle the wear and tear that comes with a vehicle pursuit, because we do put our cars through some work sometimes.
Yeah, they definitely get used. After a long pursuit, we usually get them checked out, bring them to the county garage, make sure the brakes are working good. We go through brakes quite often. They get heated up pretty quick.
Driver's side damage.
Go.
27.
So I think now we are in Central District, kind of the heart of St. Paul, just a little bit north of downtown.
Let's come up to Rice Street here.
Difference between a pit and a ram. Well, a pit is a pit takes some skill. There's tactics that are involved in a pit. We only do it at certain speeds. Whereas a ram, I would consider a ram to be something that's really only justified in a deadly force type situation. We don't intend on ramming anybody unless, I guess it's warranted. And that's an extreme situation. But a pit it's a technical, I don't know, technique that's done with a purpose. I guess that's the best way I can explain it.
Yeah.
And
we'll only conduct that if the conditions are right, speeds are right, and conducting a pit, you can still, do damage and roll a vehicle, and there's a lot of technique to a pit maneuver.
Yeah, it looks easy on camera, but it's not an easy thing to pull off.
You have to know your car. You have to know what part of your car is on their car, and go through extensive training to conduct the pit. You pretty much our whole day just tapping the side of another car, just very lightly tapping it to get to know your car.
Yeah, the pit training, I will say, was some of the most fun training I had.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. So, especially when you're the guy doing the pit and you're trying to communicate on the radio and you're trying to figure out where you're at and match the speeds and find the right spot on the car and pick the right spot on the road to where you're not endangering someone else. A lot of input coming in that you're trying to navigate and get done safely.
Metro 4460 on 70 cars for a stall blocking northbound 35E at Montreal.
We might be monitoring less channels than Bob and Pat do. I think they have about 12 radios when they're working. So it might sound a little quieter for us, but we are monitoring all the statewide channels, all the Ramsey County channels. So we don't really have access to outside counties unless they patch with an LTAC or one of the other state channels.
For a stall block truck northbound 35 on
312.
Tesla police car. I think, was it Egan has a Tesla?
I think Egan just got one.
Egan or Eden Prairie?
Eden Prairie's got one that they've been using.
Yeah, I think Eden Prairie's had theirs for about a year. I'm curious how that has been working out and whether that's just, one person drives that because of the charge time or how that works, because as far as Ramsey County goes on patrol, your day shift has their car until they get done at, specifically for us, it was 4 p.m. and afternoons would come in and kind of pick whatever car was available. But obviously with the Tesla, that's not as easily possible considering
Yeah, some
it's got to charge.
Some departments' cars run 24/7. They just keep flipping them. So I don't know how that would work with a Tesla.
It'd be cool to drive one though. Those things are fast.
Yeah, they are. Go down and see how St. Patty's Day is down on West 7th.
Yeah, speed-wise for a pit, 45 is kind of the ceiling. I'd say it gets a little hairy. When speeds get above 45. Obviously, is there a time when maybe we would increase our limit? Sure, but those are extreme scenarios where this individual is in extreme danger to innocent civilians or what have you, and it comes down to a point where either this person is going to seriously hurt or kill somebody unless he's stopped by us. We don't really run into those situations very often, so we try to pick and choose. Again, we keep our speeds under that safe level as best we can, and the goal of the pit's not to hurt anybody. It's just to end the pursuit. It's just to disable the vehicle and just get that dangerous 2,000-pound object flying down the road, off of the road, and maybe save someone from getting hurt. So
absolutely,
that is the goal. There's plenty of times where we try to go in for a pit. Maybe we have we have our window for a pit, and the elements change, the conditions change, and we got to kind of back off. We and hope for another opportunity. Things happen quick out here, and if we can squeeze it in, we definitely will. Sergeant Suki's probably got the most pits. Probably got the most pits out of all of us.
Cabby. Yeah, he definitely does a lot of pitting. He's always the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I'm almost positive Suki can teleport. I don't know how he gets where he gets sometimes, but he's always there. I think it just comes down to kind of you've been out on the road long enough. You kind of learn the patterns. You learn the roads people take. I think Bob and Pat are really good at thinking ahead when it comes to these side roads and these other thoroughfares that people use that aren't the main streets. And it comes down to being out here for 20 years, or I guess in Bob's case 30 or 40.
Probation 807. You put me out at 312 Spring Street, apartment 310.
Different radio channels we monitor, so everybody's kind of on their own channel. St. Paul's broken up into 3 different channels for each of their districts: East, Central, and West. Ramsey County, the other agencies such as our patrol, Maplewood, PD, Moundsview, they're on different channels. Ramsey West, Ramsey Central, Ramsey East, to get specific. So there's about 6 different main channels that we're monitoring as far as the regular communication goes for those of us on patrol and within the county. And then you have your LTAC, which is what people patch into when there's a vehicle pursuit. So if Hennepin County gets into a pursuit, they'll patch with LTAC. That way we can hear, especially if they're coming our way. And then obviously a couple other miscellaneous channels that are appropriate for various things. Nothing real specific, but kind of the meat and potatoes of it are those 6 channels that we pay attention to.
At 2260.
Coming into downtown here.
Yeah.
Collision 807. You clear me from 312 Spring Street.
Copy.
No, we don't have to be insured to do a pit. We just have to be what's called certified. We go through an 8-hour driving course that teaches us how to do it. I believe it was a retired state patrol trooper that was my instructor. Really nice guy, really knowledgeable, and really good at teaching you how to do it correctly.
Yeah, I think I had the same teacher.
I'd like to know how many pits he got in his career.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for my first. Knock on wood, one of these days we'll get that in the bag.
Copy, lots of. I still have that case domestic and trending. Still want it open. I'm adding the comments right now. I'll let you know when you can close it. Wonderful, thank you.
Nicole is out and about. You guys will get to ride with her at about midnight, but she is on the prowl, looking for some business. The radios are turned up. It's just kind of, well, I'll call it a lull, just to avoid using the Q word. But yeah, like I said, it's it's hit or miss some nights.
27 Tango.
Still early. A lot of night left.
187
Is anyone back in 125?
Affirmative, 1280.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm on with staff here.
Copy with staff.
It's pretty busy down here.
Yes, it is. I think we might be frozen.
12319.
319.
104 for medics. We'll be in the basement.
Gosh, yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of people out and about, so anyone that's local, driving through downtown tonight, just drive with some extra due care, because it is a busy night for foot traffic.
377, you can clear that out. Advise for the domestic. Copy, S2220.
We're for frozen. We might be frozen. Oh, that might just be me. I don't have any service.
164.
Well, I personally don't have any service, so I can't answer any questions right now for you. I apologize. I don't know if we're frozen or not.
128.
But we're going to just kind of continue like we're not frozen, so I apologize in advance if all of this is going unheard.
We're down in the bar district down here off West 7th. You could tell that it's
Look at that line outside the truck park.
yeah, it's packed.
It is packed. Good Lord. I've never seen a line like that
No.
get into a bar.
Just to get in. Both
Gosh.
sides. Look at that line. Look at all them. Wow.
I don't know. I have service. Yeah, I still got no service here, so
This is some busy.
yeah, this is a little busier than I thought it'd be. I don't think the cold really shied too many people away. kind of cruising on West 7th, which is, I don't know, I consider this the main drag that goes through downtown. There's a Ramsey County squad. Must be working off duty over here. Oh, service is back. Good, let's see. Oh, and it's gone. Yeah, I don't know if with the just so many people out and about that it's kind of messing up my service or what's going on here, but
Control.
Copy.
it's driving me nuts. Mm-mm.
We'll go up here, swing around, and go back through it.
Yeah. So is that Mancini's up here?
Yeah.
I am still transmitting, so it must be my phone that's
40488.
not working. Sounds like you guys are still hearing us. So still kind of going through downtown. Like I said, looks like Mancini's up here, which is one of the best steakhouses in the state, if not the U.S. I'm a little biased because
Such good.
I love it so much. But great steaks here if you're ever in town. The owners are great people. Pat Mancini's a great guy, one of the nicest guys that I've had the pleasure to meet. Doing a great job continuing to run their family business. Not only steaks, I had a lobster tail from there, and that was one of the best lobster tails I've had.
Copy that.
So great food all around at Mancini's, and they're not paying me to say that. So
Yeah, they're amazing, one-of-a-kind steakhouse.
Station 807.
I still got no service. I don't know what's going on.
1104 Farrington.
So be patient with us for comments. I apologize again. I'm not answering any questions. I'm trying to get my phone to work again. This one's working because I hate to be causing other problems. There we go. Now we're back.
March 29.
Alright, I got this fixed finally. So restarting the phone proved effective. Thank you for the advice. So we are back on the freeway now. We just kind of made a pass through downtown. As you guys saw, it was extremely busy. So hopefully everybody out and about makes good choices tonight, gets home safe. Yeah, you know, every agency's going to kind of have their own policy when it comes to pitting a vehicle. You know, as far as the speeds go, I mean, there's nothing saying we can't pit somebody at a higher speed because, again, you know, the circumstances change. Whether or not, you know, this individual needs to be stopped for, you know, maybe he hurt somebody already or, you know, what have you. it's hard to put a hard cap on something, especially in the line of work that we're doing, because every situation's different. It all comes down to, you know, weighing the benefits of public safety versus the action that we're taking. So tough to give you guys a definitive answer, but each agency is going to have their own policy. Again, we use 45 as kind of a guideline, because
Not every agency will even allow it or have their officers even trained to do it.
and honestly, I mean, it's a tough thing to pit.
Yeah.
Going faster than 45 in training. I think the fastest I pit the training car at was about 50, 55 maybe, and things just get a little more intense when you're moving that fast, and
Add traffic and buildings and people into the mix.
and you got to remember, I mean, how much distance you travel when you're going, you know, 60, 70 miles an hour. So when you make the conscious decision to pit, I mean, you're going to be, what, 600-700 feet away from the point of where you made that decision by the time you actually execute the pit. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of consideration that comes into it. We don't take the decision to pit somebody lightly.
That's Enjoy 2487 Adam Charlie. That's Enjoy at 2228.
Favorite season for me is summer. I don't know about you, Joe, but
I like summer and fall.
yeah, I kind of like
Summer
fall
and
too. I wish fall lasted a little longer, because
3934.
Sometimes it doesn't even last.
yeah, I think I like a week of fall,
Juliet.
and then it just gets too cold. And
Sorry, license plate's gonna be 2487 Adam Charlie.
I know you guys didn't miss anything. No chase so far.
2630.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on at this exact moment in time, but like I said before, we got a lot of night left, and
There's a lot of people out. A lot of people downtown right now.
yes, there is. I'm gonna steal your charger here. 'Cause I am not aware of any Canadians joining the sheriff's office. No, not that I know of. Are you?
No, I don't.
I can't say we get many transfers from Canada, but that'd be cool.
Mounties.
It's always nice to kind of, you know, pick the brain of people that come over from other agencies. You learn how things are done there, and especially, you know, in Canada. I mean, I imagine things are definitely different in another country. So looks like we have a few viewers from Canada too. So if any of you guys are law enforcement in Canada, if you have any glaring discrepancies between how you guys operate and how we operate, I'd love to hear about it.
I want to give a shout out to two police officers I met last week in the island of Bimini in the Bahamas
Oh,
while I was there. Shout out to those guys at Big John's. That was a fun interaction, and
from
what a wonderful place.
were they from the States or?
No, they're police officers down
Oh,
on the island.
oh, God, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I'd love to be a police officer in paradise.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Disregard.
Still some ice on these roads.
Oh,
Let's not
gosh.
get some sun.
You start them a private tow. It's a box truck. It's the fuel filter froze. It's about 16,000 pounds.
Oh, apparently in Canada they are not allowed to pit.
Really?
I guess not. Or that information came from Adam. I don't know are you guys allowed to, you know, block with your vehicles or stop sticks? Or I guess, do you guys pursue until it's over, or let them go? I'd love to hear.
5 Street West, higher ground on 5 for suspicious. Caller stating in the back of the men's shelter gym area, someone contacted her back there and then disconnected. We're able to call back at the 911 only phone.
Archery Tango Square, Ramsey.
As much as it.
Probation 807. She put me out at 840 East Jessamine.
Back there, sir.
Somebody commented it's hard to pit when the Mounties are on horseback. I suppose that's true.
Bravo 266 MEOT. Have a good night.
You have a good night as well. 533.
Sounds like in Canada they can block, use stop sticks, but pursuits are very strict policies, which makes sense. I mean, there's a lot that goes into a pursuit. You know, it's even with us, we're not chasing every single car because just sometimes it's really not worth it when it comes to the risk that it brings to the general public. You know, I think me and Joe love catching bad guys as much as the next guy, but you gotta weigh your options and weigh the good with the bad, and sometimes you gotta just try again another day.
Yeah.
You call the caller from the most recent line in the call here.
I can't tell you how many cars have taken off from me and I've not even just let them go.
Sometimes it just, it's a smart play. Law enforcement's a game of chess, if you ask me.
It's a lot easier at night. Less people, less traffic.
Yes.
You get out during the day, daytime hours. Traffic is sometimes impassable.
Clear me from 840 East Jessamine.
Yes.
MEOT.
Especially in St. Paul. I mean, you know, when it comes to pursuits, pursuing vehicles in the northern suburbs, in the county's contract cities, is a whole different animal than it is pursuing somebody down here. Things are a lot more fast and fluid down here with how close and compact everything is.
Especially those alleyways or
alleyways, those side streets. A lot more risk down here. Things are much more open in the contract cities.
Copy, as mentioned, this time. Car to 50 West 194 280. 69%. 22%.
Oh, well. Condolences to the officers in Edmonton, Alberta. Sounds like there was 2 officers that lost their lives yesterday responding to a domestic. You know, domestics are one of the most dangerous calls that we go to, honestly. There's so much emotion and unpredictableness that's involved in a domestic that they're really not to be taken lightly. You know, and it's a double-edged sword because unfortunately we go to so many, it's easy to kind of look at something like, well, this is just a routine domestic, or I've been here before on a domestic, and you know, it's just things change quickly, especially when emotions are involved. And when it comes to somebody's relationship, there are lots of emotions.
New message.
Bravo 058 DOT.
79, 22.
You got a favorite Girl Scout cookie, Joe?
those Thin Mints are pretty darn good.
I do like the Thin Mints. I like these, whatever the chocolate and peanut butter ones are. Those tagalongs? Maybe tagalongs. Those are my go-to.
Thin mints in the freezer.
Oh,
537. Here's that one quote out for DOC for a male and female having a large argument. For the caller, the couple has a child with them that they have been pulling around.
Hi.
I'm not seeing any technical issues on our end, so I apologize if you guys are having any. I'd say maybe try and just close out the browser or
Message.
the video page or whatever and try and get back in it. Hopefully that works.
2729 Stillwater Road East, the Holiday gas station, for a property damage accident. Both parties are going to be waiting in the parking lot there. No injuries. They were traveling east on Stillwater, west of Century.
New message.
So where are we now? Rice Street, Central District.
North on Rice, Sycamore, Central.
This is the first shots fired that happened last night was right about in this area. Had some 9mm rounds and some 223 or 5.56 rounds that were fired, which is a little disheartening because you know that somebody's got a rifle rolling around out here. As far as who's chasing somebody on a footbail, I'm guessing that responsibility is going to fall to me, just because it's easier for the passenger to bail than it is the driver sometimes. So, with any luck, you guys will get to see me huffing and puffing later.
Hopefully we can chase them with the vehicle a little bit, wear them out.
You gotta be smarter than them.
That's right. Didn't jump out the last minute. Highway 10 796.
At the upper level of Chapel entrance is easy to leave.
Came across the vehicle.
Like male 40, Smithfield, wearing a blue jacket.
Since working down here, no, there's really no such thing as a call-less night. Working down here, I will say when I was on midnights in one of our quieter contract cities, there was times where I'd only get one call a night, which makes for a long night. Honestly, I prefer to stay busy. Time tends to drag when there's not a whole lot going on.
I would agree with you. Yeah, I don't think there's ever a non-call night down here.
That would be, I'd be a little nervous if there was. The calm before the storm.
You call 3916? I called 3930 and 3916 for a CSD that just occurred, 2376 Ariel Street North. Caller's 14-year-old niece was home alone and was assaulted by a grown male, possibly the neighbor. The cop didn't know which unit he was in. It has no suspect info. Medics are starting. Copy. 3930 copy. The cop just waved me down.
I'm not aware of any of us or any agency in Ramsey County having their car stolen after they bailed to go chase them on foot. Personally, I like to lock my car before I get out of it, even if I am going to chase someone on foot, because I don't want to be that guy. But has it happened? I'm sure it's happened at some point in time.
We can also lock our vehicles with a safety switch so they can't be driven away.
Metro SC312, your status.
Go for it, waiting on the tow.
2240.
But yeah, I agree. I've done it, and you get on the radio and ask the next officer to secure your car.
2049, turn off.
Confirming you're at 2049.
Affirmative.
Medium alert.
Copy. Metro 4450.
I don't know why some of these street lights are blue. Do you know why some of the lights are blue?
I don't know.
I've noticed that in a few areas, and
Yeah.
honestly, I really couldn't tell you. So that's a great question that hopefully maybe I can get an answer for you later, but maybe they're an honor to us. I don't know. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I know the green ones I think are for military.
New message.
Oh, apparently they turn blue before they go out. So
I know that's the point.
there's your answer.
It's 3930. I'm not showing 2049 aerial as a valid address. If you're able to give me another address. 204040. Copy that. And it looks like medics have been started those stage.
New message.
Okay.
New message.
Silver Lake Road, Mississippi. It was John Adam Mary 587.
It depends on the night, I guess, how many miles we put on. There's nights where I put on, gosh, 200 miles.
Oh yeah, easy.
I've gone through about a tank and a half on some of our busier nights. And then there's nights where, you may only get 80, 100 miles in. But the busy ones are easily over 200 miles.
Yes.
Especially, with being county, we have such a large ground to cover that, some of our code runs are upwards 10, 15 minutes.
Just sucks the gas.
It sure does. Yeah, so the blue lights are manufacturer's defect and failure of the LED bulbs installed in many of the city's quote-unquote Cobra style streetlights.
Huh.
I guess they're called Cobra style because and I'm reading from an article here, the bulbous fixture on the end of the support arm looks like a cobra snake head. So there is your specific answer.
Avenue, colors in, there's 5 people physically fighting across the street. 1 person's down.
Medium alert.
2246.
I'm gonna hurt you.
It does help, yeah. I think there is one-side parking for St. Paul. It's not always enforced or followed, but I'd say, 70% of the roads seem to be following it, but it does help immensely, especially with the roads the way they are and how iced up they are.
Southbound right in Pennsylvania with the vehicle that cops were for attempting to locate 5 juveniles. What may possibly do with their mother.
Attempt to locate what?
Got it.
Copy. We're not too far.
So, sounds like Nicole has something just south of us. We're gonna start heading that way.
continuing to go west,
New
Pennsylvania.
message.
West where?
Pennsylvania, I think.
Your Westwood. Morning's holiday. That's Dale on Union.
So we're on our way to go help Nicole with the traffic stop. Sounds like the vehicle's got some sort of hit on it. I can give you some more information once I actually figure it out, but we're not too far here.
New message.
Here we are. All right, and we'll be right back with you.
Three to one. Your call 96 medic, clear system at 319. Copy. Copy, let's go to assist on a suspicious Pacific and Earl. On Pacific between Earl and Cypress, there's a dark colored sedan facing the wrong way. Big turnaround. Copy, thank you.
Do a free squad that can do a transport from Shamrocks to Detox.
Copy, can I get a response to 2995 7th Street for transport to detox? Can I get a response for Shamrock?
Good deal.
Good one.
Oh, I don't know if you guys heard that, but that's Cross speaking to you. So yeah, the vehicle had what we call a cops alert on it, which is kind of a an alert for us when we run a plate. It comes back with what we call a hit, stop and ID sort of deal.
Bravo 411 in the county.
This seems to be more related to some sort of missing juveniles than it is crime, if I'm correct in saying that. But good Lord, it is cold. That wind is cutting through you. Oh, yeah.
Copy, and medics are staged when you're ready for them.
So we're gonna just hang out with Nicole here while she kind of processes this whole deal and make sure nothing crazy happens. And yes, again, that was Cross. If you guys heard him, he was saying hi. Cross is, I want to say Cross is one of our younger dogs. I don't know the specific age, but we've had such a turnaround I guess that's not the right word. A lot of our canines have been retiring, so we've replaced quite a few canines in the last couple of years. So it's kind of shifting from an older group of canines to some younger dogs, and you know, with that comes a little bit higher drive, and each dog is unique for sure.
Copy, no one fighting at 2252.
But Cross is a good one,
Message.
which I would kind of attribute a lot of that to Tony. I think the handler makes the dog, and Tony does a heck of a job when it comes to training and keeping his dog.
8196. 8196.
Nora 35W absent. Tony H. Henry, Nora King X-ray 698.
Sounds like he just turned 4, so right in his prime. I know most of our dogs tend to be blessed with retirement around 9 or 10, so Cross has still got some good years in him.
Yeah, he's young pup yet.
Bravo 1.
326.
GOA was 318606.
Copy, 2253.
Bravo 318.
Bravo 318.
Yes, the handlers take their dog home. I mean, that's their dog, so it lives with them. You know, lives with them, works with them, does everything with them. My mom used to be a canine.
For a female private kid, unable to stand.
My mom used to be a canine for quite some time, and I mean, that dog is without a doubt a shadow of their handler.
616, go ahead.
Code 4 Pacific and Earl. Just changing a flat tire. You can cancel everyone else.
Copy, 329, 321, and 314. I can show you guys clear.
329 copy, thank you.
321 copy.
New message.
Let's see.
2 and 4 copy. Thank you.
2250 copy.
Nicole's good here, so we're gonna continue on. And
All right,
Copy, thank you.
there you go. There's the siren.
there's the siren. It's good to know it doesn't have caps lock, Scott.
Yeah, I've never had one hit on a cop stop.
Oh
Good Lord.
man, are these public works guys going to be busy this spring?
125, I copy, Northwood Rapids, 706, Como Unit 7.
Yeah, I mean, the potholes are always bad, but this year seems aggressive. Aggressive pothole season. My mom had one canine in her career. She kind of waited towards the end of her career to take on that challenge. Canines, it's a heck of a responsibility. I still say that my mom, during her tenure with canine, worked 340 days a year. It seemed like she was always doing something, whether it was work or training or some sort of work with the dog, and it's a very rewarding gig from what I understand, but it takes a heck of a commitment. So it takes a special person to be a canine. You want to get a canine?
I've always wanted a canine at some point in my career.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same.
Building is secure, code 4.
I can't take on that added responsibility yet,
Yeah.
but maybe someday.
Someday.
We are scheduled 40-hour weeks, just like kind of anybody else. Whether or not we work only 40 hours is hit or miss, but that's what we're scheduled. We do get a lot of overtime in our position just because of the nature of the beast. That's kind of true with any law enforcement, honestly. Some of us are working 8-hour days. Some of us work 10-hour days. Other agencies might work 12-hour days. So the scheduling wise, it's kind of varies depending on where you go. I personally like working 10-hour days. Seems to give me more days off than just 2, so.
Yeah, I work 8-hour days. Usually Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, but never ends up 9 to 5. It's always a lot more. We catch cases all the time, so we're working late into the night to get cases ready and submitted to the county attorneys. Or it seems like we always find everything at the end of our shift, and then we end up staying late. Or something else is going on in the city that we have to attend to and take care of.
Yeah, I think it's more surprising to get off on time, honestly.
And all of us knew coming into it, and all of us enjoy it. All of us enjoy working late.
Oh, see, I get that all the time.
Yeah, the lane.
Low alert.
Cross is with Tony. That is his dog. He rides only with Tony. I think he'd bite my face off if I tried to put him in my car.
Yeah, and mine.
And Joe's. So we keep him with Tony where he likes to be. He's much happier there. As far as burning gas, again, it depends on the shift. I'd say I personally usually go through about 3/4 of a tank. But on an average night, or maybe it's just a quarter. Filling up with 3-4 hours left to go.
Your squad has a smaller.
I think it.
I remember this one's got a big.
I wasn't sure if it was my driving or what, but I go through gas a little too quick.
I fill up pretty much every day.
If you want,
Yeah.
If not twice a day.
Everyone, what's your location? 2401 prior. Somebody behind a stolen vehicle.
Oh, there we go.
John David 0291. What's back?
So it sounds like I got a stolen in Roseville.
181 in route.
We'll try and get up there, but we're
Stolen in Roseville.
might be a ways out.
Yeah, we're all
8410 mile limit route.
Gosh, what's the best way up there? 280?
Yeah. Prior.
Yeah, that's right by the mall.
See which way they take
Did they say if it was occupied or not?
It's behind it. Yeah.
Oh,
Did you want 83? I haven't lit it up yet.
okay.
Come out to the north 36 service drive, signaling to turn eastbound.
East 36.
On the service drive, so he's looking out
Yeah.
this way.
Copy, signaling
Towards
eastbound
Snelling?
from service drive.
It's a gamble. We're gonna take. Try to go up. Try to cut over.
Yeah, 94 to 35 maybe?
I'm thinking 36, huh?
Yeah.
Go up.
Oh.
318 on my
53, Tango. 96 here.
500 robbery unit 619. But it's a 31-year-old male with facial features.
Do you have mine here? Yeah.
Roseville.
I'm going to switch over. Central.
I don't know if there are any squads west on 36 that could set up sticks in case it flees.
Yes.
No one just north yet. If you go on the ramp yet, I'm westbound 36 coming up to Snowing. We're just getting onto 36 from Fairview now.
West.
West or east? So we're trying to get into position
Hey,
now.
sir, I'm going to try and light it up here westbound 36 at
Yeah,
Cleveland.
Yeah, ways away.
We're a little bit out of
Lighting it up
position,
in
but
Cleveland.
we'll see what happens. When Roseville's going to try and initiate a stop here, so he's either going to flee or he's going to pull over. My guess is flee.
Hey, 2183, they're fleeing from me. Coming up to the 35W split.
Fleeing approaching 35W split.
Yeah, 5183, I'm now pursuing. I turn my lights off there. Getting onto 35W southbound.
Well,
Stop on 35W.
it fled from Roseville. They are not in pursuit of the vehicle, and we're a little bit out of position, so that's why we shut our lights down.
What are we flying on?
67118 to go. 5183, you can cancel the 10-1 and take on the patch.
Copy. 10-1 is clear, and Ramsey County canceling patch LPAC 1, 2305.
That's a bummer. Flight is not currently up, as far as I know.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to fly in this.
I'd be surprised if they did, honestly, but it would be nice. It'd be nice just to be a flight pilot. I'd love that job.
That'd be fun.
Copy, and the missing person. 535 Sandhurst Drive West for 102. 23.
Metro 67 car for emergencies correcting lights. Northbound 35 East 36.
I'm sure there's going to be plenty more.
I hope so. Question: why even bother if you're not going to pursue? I mean, you got to at least try still.
Please change this to an AMA.
Sometimes Sometimes you get lucky and they pull over. Sometimes they flee.
A lot of times you'll try to initiate a stop because that just adds another charge. That's going to add another felony fleeing.
Yes.
In the hopes that somebody else can pick it up right away that can chase. Or if they did crash right away. A lot of times they'll drive recklessly without even behind, and once you get them, then you have an additional charge on them there. So they can't use the terms that they didn't know the car was stolen after they fled from you. So
That's a good point.
61 on White Bear with Boy Lincoln Paul 687.
One White Bear.
Yeah, we can still go for it. I mean, there's plenty of times where another agency will terminate, whether that be their own reason or policy's reason. If we're able to pick it up safely, we gladly will, especially in our own county.
or St. Paul.
Or St. Paul. St. Paul's really good at getting sticks out and assisting with what they can. What kind of car was that stolen? Do you remember?
Which one?
The one that Roseville tried to light up? Do you know what kind of car that was?
I thought it was a blue.
North of Roseland, south 36 here.
North of Roseland, south 36. Oh, way over there. It's like we're right here. Sometimes you just can't wait. I mean, like Joe was saying, a lot of these guys, they're just going to take off. You know, as soon as they notice a cop is following them, they're going to take off.
That particular one, they were right on the border of Minneapolis. They were one exit away.
Yeah.
So they wanted to try to, I'm sure, light it up within the county still.
That's a good guess.
There's one. We're moving on to just citizen
Fleeing in a motor vehicle is a felony, at least in Minnesota. It's always a felony. Fleeing on foot will be a misdemeanor. So, obviously, with the danger that is involved with fleeing in a vehicle to both the officers and the driver of that vehicle, and then the innocent parties. Where's that at?
4438 and 4333.
2161, code 4.
Sherburne.
Stop.
Confirm that dance is in round 2310.
Caller saying he was assaulted by security.
Yeah, I mean, do we pursue him? Again, it kind of depends on a case-by-case basis. If we are able to do so safely, we sure will. But if the inherent dangers outweigh the benefits of it, then we'll just let them go and try for another day.
Number is 6769.
Myself and AG will be back out at the Norwood.
K9 is a position that you have to apply for. It's kind of just a collateral duty thing. Majority of our K9s are out on patrol, and their dogs run. They call them dual-purpose dogs. They're searching and narcotics, along with apprehension skills. That's kind of where the dual purpose comes from. Some dogs are going to be just narcotic dogs and just used simply for their nose and tracking skills, while all of our canines are going to be used for that in addition to apprehension stuff. So
2312.
it's something they got to go through an application process for, and those in charge will make the decision as to who gets it. And
New message.
do it all over again next time a new dog is out. So
New message.
635, can we verify this is a vacant? What?
Copy, standby.
2726, that's for the CAD 213, 10-8.
Right.
these ruts are spinning.
Ah.
Good Lord.
We're gonna make it out.
I don't know how many dogs St. Paul has, but I know they have more than us. I believe we have 6 or 7 at any given time. St. Paul, I imagine, has many, many more, considering they have many, many more officers, but I do not know the exact number. I think they used to have a show on Animal Planet, actually.
Yeah, with
Remember
their,
that show?
Their training facility.
Yeah, with all their dogs. That was a good show. I forget what it was called, but I remember watching that.
Have the showing run. 220 and 225.
Yeah, these dogs they're quite invaluable. They do a lot of good work.
435, Dorothy Davis Lane.
They can be a good deterrent when someone's thinking about either running or fighting, and that dog shows up. It tends to change their mind sometimes. And
I would say 90% of the time they hear that dog, they come out, they give up before the
Yeah.
dog's released.
which is a smart move, if you ask me. You know, some of us have tried to help with training with the canines, and we'll take a bite with the bite sleeve, and gosh, even with the bite sleeve on, some of these dogs are they are strong. I couldn't imagine taking a bite with no bite sleeve. That would
You have the collar.
probably make me scream.
Copy.
Another assault 175, 7th Street West of Wild Bill. There's a male who pushed the collar and choked her while she was speaking with a friend about 5 minutes ago, working on a description.
So we're making our way back into St. Paul again here, after getting pulled off to go try and help out Roseville, but unfortunately we're in just a bad position to really be effective.
2315.
Yeah, we were kind of in a worse spot. It's a guess which way to go.
Yeah, and sometimes it's all it takes, so. Yeah, I'm not sure if St. Paul still has their mounted unit. For some reason, I want to say that they don't.
I want to say they don't either. I thought they might have disbanded it.
Which is unfortunate. I always liked watching the mounted units work. They work great in like something like this, you know, with St. Patty's Day going on and downtown being as congested as it is. It's a great time to to get the mounted patrol out, because they'll be much faster than we will getting places.
For the caller, the neighbor is elderly and didn't want to step out, has not answered any further calls from her. The maintenance guy should be arriving, and he has keys to the address. The caller is no longer responding. That is available by phone. 2370.
Well, Joe, what made you want to get into law enforcement? Anything specific, or?
Oh, I
2317.
knew from a young age it's what I wanted to do. I did my first ride along when I was about 8 years old on two
nice.
phone books.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And,
Nice.
With a long retired white bear lake cop. I was fortunate enough to start working there, and
The rest is history,
yeah,
right?
here I am with the county.
Nice.
And 526, I have you take the disturbance 97 place east, where a vehicle outside revving its engine for the last 20 minutes. Would you like a squad to assist? I'll let you know. Copy that. Five three Tango. Is that 5-3 Tango? 5-3 Tango, transporting one adult male to Rangers. Copy.
So things tend to be kind of ramping up a little bit out here. Nothing too substantial or crazy, but the radio chatter's increasing a little bit. It's kind of getting to be that time.
6921. Spot the back 2424 Market Avenue West. Super America on an alarm. Ring the front door.
6921, I'm right here. Show me code 4.
Copy.
Yeah, seatbelts are a requirement for us as far as, our in custodies. If we take somebody into custody, we're responsible for their safety. We got to buckle them up in the back seat.
4493 will be out with staff.
Just like, on your regular day when you have to wear your seatbelt, they also have to wear theirs, even if they don't want to be in the car.
Caller called back saying it's going to be waiting on foot outside Casetas. Copy. 2320.
New message.
Drake 5, we copy. We driven by there and we got flagged down.
New message. New message.
Copy.
New message.
Got it. 629 are walking back there right now. 635 to 616 now. Flip around here.
As far as a routine goes, we kind of have our spots that we like to kind of check on a daily basis. Me personally, honestly, I just kind of go wherever the wind takes me on a day-to-day basis. I don't have a set route.
170 Tango.
I'll try and hit the trouble areas or just be in a centralized location to be able to assist if something does happen. So.
Juliet, November 202. And I'll take one more.
New message.
Have there's about to come back at 997 plate west.
Archery Tango runner out, please. Just throw us back in the pending meeting and comments.
Have that.
At least that rain took care of all those ruts. Most of them, anyway.
Yeah, most of them. There's still a few lingering around, but some of those are spooky. It's like they're gonna pull me into the vehicle. So we're still in Central District right now, kind of just cruising the back streets, trying to find maybe an unoccupied or something we can look into here. South St. Paul is a city in its own right. I think it's actually Dakota County South St. Paul's in.
Yep.
So you might hear South St. Paul as in like the south end of St. Paul, but there is an actual South St. Paul.
West St. Paul.
And a West St. Paul, a North St. Paul.
Yep.
Not an East St. Paul though. No East St. Paul. So now we're back out on Maryland. We're gonna head east, float over to the East District here, and see what's going on over here.
Making contact with someone inside.
526.
On code 4, we're pulled over now on Wabasha in front of the Wells Fargo Center.
Copy. Code 4 pulled over by Wells Fargo on the Washington.
About 216.
216.
We found our complaint in front of Maharajas.
Copy.
Gosh, it's already 11:30 almost. I can't believe it.
210.
It's always good on the slow nights when the time actually does go by fast still.
With Hotel Golf Uniform 036.
Very consistent and 2025.
Copy one in custody, saying there's a second downstairs. Looking to call up at 20.
Yeah, we're trying to find what we can for you guys. I wish I could snap a finger and get you guys some entertainment, but it's unfortunately the nature of the beast. Can't always be having a fun night. I used to hunt more than I do now. I would like to get back into it, but fishing wise, I always enjoy ice fishing a little more than summer fishing, because I think summer fishing I always just want to go swimming. So, but you hunt at all?
Yeah, I hunt.
Oh, that's right. I think you've told me that a few times.
Yeah, I bow hunt and rifle hunt and deer and bear. Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Can you bear hunt with a bow?
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oops. I don't think I would. But
Absolutely.
And 210, we're code 4.
Code 4 at 22.
Come to the back. Facility 4.
Code 4 means
Whitebear Parkway.
all good.
30 miles.
Everything's under control. We don't need any more checks from dispatch. You'll hear people say controlled sometimes, and that just means that we are controlled, but please keep checking in on us. But Code 4 pretty much means we're all good here. You know, maybe our guy's in custody, or maybe we're about to clear. But yeah, that's what that means. The LPR, there's two LPRs. They do scan. There's one kind of aimed to the right and one aimed to the left. So it'll get kind of everything in front of us.
5181.
This is going to be advised with 5-3 Tango.
Marijuana in Minnesota, as of right now, is only legal for medical marijuana. I don't know if that's in the works for, you know, decriminalization or not. There's so much back and forth that goes with something like that honestly I don't really keep up with it very much. I'll just wait for the legislature to tell me whether it's illegal or not and go from there.
113 Metro.
Nancy 113.
Would you like me to leave the event open, or can I clear it out?
I'm sure it will be at some point.
I imagine so.
Hamden for an assault. Caller for male, female physically fighting in the lobby. Male sitting the female who's saying let go. The black male in his 30s.
Booze is flowing.
Everyone's having fun.
Yeah, they sure are. Is this, are we on Payne or Arcade? Payne?
Pain.
I'm starting to get the hang of these streets. So we're on Payne again. We're still on the east side. We're Payne in Maryland area. Just trying to kind of snake our way through and hopefully run into something here. But I think most of the population seems to be downtown. So it'll be an interesting
Bar closed.
part. Yes, indeed. I don't know about any Alpha cars. Bravo cars for St. Paul are going to be off-duty officers working not working the patrol side, but kind of working whatever off-duty gigs that they have. So they use a different call sign. Bloomington is not in our area. No, that is Hennepin County, I think. Maybe
So,
just south, or is that Scott County? Honestly, I don't know. But I can say for sure it's not Ramsey County. I imagine Bob and Pat will be back next week. And and it'll be a nice welcomed return. And Bloomington is Hennepin County, so
It's a busy city too.
it is a busy city. I was thinking Burnsville for some reason.
Burnsville's way down.
Yeah, Bloomington is a very busy city. I think we ended up there a couple weeks ago. We had a stolen truck that fled from Nicole over in, I think it started around Frogtown. Luckily, State's helicopter was up, followed him over into Bloomington, where with the assistance of Bloomington and Hennepin County, we ended up getting good stop sticks on them and getting both those parties into custody.
Thank you.
So for those of you out of state, I guess a fun fact about Ramsey County is it's one of the smallest, if not the smallest county in Minnesota. It's about 170 square miles. For reference, I guess Hennepin County is about 600 square miles. So quite the size difference between the two counties. And Burnsville is Dakota County. Thank you for informing me of that. I don't spend a lot of time in Burnsville. You go to Burnsville much?
No. No, I stay up here to the north.
Yeah, there's really nothing down there for me. There's no family. There's no nothing that brings me down there. Every time you hear a new message, it's just our CAD. Whether we get messages or you run a plate, you'll hear a new message a few times. Our computer likes to talk to us. So yeah, Ramsey County is the smallest and most densely populated county in the state. Just another fun fact for you guys this evening. Yes, I would not do well as a dispatcher, I don't think.
360 take up.
That is true. So to all the dispatchers listening, we do appreciate you. You have a hard job in and of itself. So.
Dispatch?
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to replace a good dispatcher.
Just the amount of typing.
I feel like the multitasking is just crazy.
Or a silent alarm on what it covers. 2-3 copy, you can show me out.
Yeah, dispatch, in my opinion, would be a very mentally draining job. So for those of you that do it and do it for long lengths of shifts, God bless you.
Yeah, no kidding.
213, I'm talking to the female half of this call, and 261 talking to the male half.
Now we do have coyotes floating around Ramsey County, more so to the north part of the county, kind of by our contract cities. I don't think there's many down in St. Paul here. It's just too dense and there's nowhere for them to really live. But once you get a little further north, we've definitely ran into them. We've ran into a bear in North Oaks / White Bear Township. There's always one that kind of makes himself known every fall. Whether it's the same one or if it's a different one every year, I don't know. But
lots of deer everywhere.
Lots of deer, yes.
Station in relation.
4437 Station in relation. 4423, can you have license plate Foxtrot, Victor, Yankee 483 to the call? Thank you.
Back on Rice.
That it was on the first floor lobby, or if it's maybe somewhere else we're not seeing it over here.
The autofocus, I think, tends to cause more problems than not.
It's freezing out.
No, I mean, it looks clear on my end, I guess, but it might look a little kind of hazy just because of the flurries that we're getting in the windshield, but I don't know if I can do much to correct that for you guys. I apologize.
Copy the last update. Any idea what gas station?
Yeah, you know, judging by the roads, it doesn't really look like a Friday evening, but I think, like I said, I think a lot of people have gravitated downtown or to their local Irish watering holes. Or maybe the cold has kept people in too. I don't, it's tough to say. You got Mama's Pizza here on the corner. Very good pizza.
Awesome pizza.
There's a few good pizza joints scattered about. Mama's being one of the better ones, I think, personally.
5183.
East Side Pizza is really good. Red Savoy's is also very good. They used to have one right next to our law enforcement center that I want to say was maybe the original one, but that has since closed, unfortunately. Working at the jail, I used to order from there almost weekly.
Starting to fill up down here now.
Yeah. Oh, you're good. Ooh, Jet's Pizza. That's another good place.
John's.
John's. Oh, I always forget about John's. They got really good burgers too.
Yeah, great food.
Case number 043840.
Making me hungry.
043840.
I personally spent about 2 years working in the jail before coming out to the patrol side of things. It's a tough job. But, I don't think those guys get enough credit. Honestly, it's a different world in there, and in my personal opinion, I think anybody getting into law enforcement should spend a year or two down at the jail. You really learn what this job's about and the people that you're going to deal with, and not to mention the aggression that you may or may not deal with, and you kind of learn who you are and whether or not you can handle the things that are going to get thrown at you. Literally. But yeah, it was a good couple years down at the jail. A lot of good guys and gals working down there, and had a lot of fun over those 2 years.
Transport the mail to the area of Marshall, Mississippi. I'll get you an address when I get closer.
New message. New message. New message.
State 301 EOT, good night.
New message.
Oh, we're at the party bus.
New message. New message. New message.
And E squads for midnight EOT. Squad 364.
364.
And 386.
When is it ever spring? That's a very good question.
And we'd like to know too. I
We,
think Monday is official, right?
I think so.
2344.
This is coming Monday.
God.
74.
Weather-wise, I would consider spring to be late April. It seems like,
Yeah.
especially last year. God, last year was such a long winter.
I think this one's gonna be longer.
Ugh, don't say that.
285.
Getting cabin fever.
Matthew 7 for minute EOT.
537, have a good night.
Thank you, you too. Any other squads for minute EOT?
Ten 21 Mark.
Response, have a good night, everyone at 2344.
C25. Can you add Juliet Uniform Charlie 426 and Juliet Lima Yankee 715?
Yeah, you're right. The 20th is the first day of spring.
Message. New message.
Copy, 2345.
New message.
This one here. It's running. Let's see if it's punched. It's coming back clear.
New message.
To this area, too. Where the hell just leaves their car running?
But I thought there was people walking to it, coming out of the apartment. Saw us, and I think now they're running.
Are they?
Now they're running to that car or something. I don't know what they got going on.
Yeah, traffic 1 at Parkway with David Yellow Robert 050.
61 on Parkway. 2340.
Media alert.
Looks like a Ford something,
One Eagle.
maybe.
I'll give you a call back.
This comes back to 190 Charles. It's right here. Broken window, huh?
Oh, it does. You want me to get out and look at it, or you want to? Should we check out this one?
It's busted up column and everything. I wonder if they're driving it like that, but it registers to here.
No, right. They got stolen and they got it back.
They got it stolen and got it back,
Yeah,
but
I'll be kind of
it's running.
Interesting.
2347.
Comes back here. Crazy.
That is weird. Yeah, it's so I've noticed it's tough to distinguish fresh stolens from returned stolens lately. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Speedway 11th Century at 32104. erratically. Caller thinks the male 132104.
New message. New message.
Gosh, nice parking lot.
Copy.
You can't even get through here.
Copy.
New message.
Perfect.
Yeah, we were just kind of looking into a suspicious vehicle over here on Central District. Tough to say whether it's inactive, so it's coming back clear, but
And
there is some
to this area.
into this area. Yeah, it's just it has all the signs of being stolen without the actual status of being stolen. So
What if it was going to be stolen right there because the glass was on the ground there?
321, somebody asking for me to go to 4.
yeah,
Yeah, 361.
No kidding.
362 Tango is looking for you.
should maybe swing by there a few times then tonight
Yeah.
before the night's over.
Copy 4.
Might have interrupted a.
361, he's going to 4 for you.
The bus looks pretty empty though.
Yeah.
Caller staff taking into about 7 people who began to smash plants in front of the store, advised that they were all pepper sprayed.
Hello from Alaska. Thanks for tuning in from Alaska. That's all. I've always wanted to visit Alaska,
Yeah,
honestly.
me too.
Never been there. I don't think I could be a cop over there though.
Bucket list.
Copy.
Yeah, we think it's cold here.
Yeah, right. Too many mosquitoes over there in the summer.
Is the air clear? Affirmative. Should I get a case number, sister? Case number is 043830. 043830. Okay, thank you. Go with the pleasure.
I couldn't tell you why comments are turned off on YouTube. Me and Joe don't really have any control over that. So
Yeah, I'm definitely not the tech savvy person.
377, show me out for 300.
351.
Fine, then I have cited matter advice.
Copy, yeah.
Thank you, I was wondering if you were.
well, it's about 11:51 here, so in about 10 minutes you guys will get to switch over to Nicole, which might be a refreshing change from me and Joe. King Adam Town 360.
New message. New message.
Go ahead.
Our missing person was last seen wearing khaki black pants and a black sweater with black tennis shoes. 6'5", 320 pounds. He left home around 9:30 p.m. and he was last known to go to Speedway at Johnson and 7th and has been missing since 9:30. He's on foot and does not have access to a vehicle. It is a vulnerable adult.
Copy.
Tango, if there's some other spots I can help look from, that'd be great.
09. Thank you. Is there another squad that can go as well?
32, sir.
Copy, thank you. No further info, no answer on call back.
I'm still in Central. I guess my face, I've been buried in my phone.
Now we're
Trying to stay up to end these comments.
just in West now. Just getting into West District.
Silver sedan. Driving conduct is swerving all over the road. 28 David Victor George 215. 2014 Ford Fusion silver in color out of Burnsville. East 1335W 2354.
I do not know what kind of training is involved with being a dispatcher. It's a very good question that maybe some past dispatchers or current dispatchers watching could fill you in on. I imagine they have some sort of training, though. You can't just throw them into the mix.
32, sir.
We did check Speedway about 10 minutes ago. We didn't see him there.
Copy.
Copy, that's 50-50.
Actually, in getting in the line of their work, looks like Ramsey County is looking for dispatchers. Looking to fill about 13 positions. So, if you think you're up for it,
669
I'd maybe log on to the Ramsey county website, and I'm sure they have the job postings on there. You can look into what their requirements or qualifications are, but yeah, it's one of those jobs that I think is a hard job, but it's got to be rewarding. Carol 11 posted a nice story in regards to it also, if you want to search it that way. Looks like pay scales anywhere from $24.68 to $35.70 an hour, so it's not too bad.
Oh, that's good.
The snow does melt sometimes, but unfortunately we seem to just keep getting more piled on.
Yeah, it's never ending this year.
You know, they say March, I think, is one of our snowier months, but I wish that wasn't true.
First squad's out looking for this missing. Just be aware his wife said that he's not comfortable with law enforcement, and the best approach if you see him is to let him know that his wife is looking for him. Wife's name is Chelsea.
Copy. Wife says he's not comfortable with law enforcement. If approached, tell him his wife, Chelsea, is looking for him. 2366.
Coldest temperature I've personally worked in was when I was on midnights, and I think it was minus 60 something. And that was not enjoyable at all, honestly.
Remember that.
Yeah, that was, ugh.
That was brutal.
It was brutal. Not to mention it made for a very slow night.
Yep. Nobody was moving.
Mm-mm.
That was during COVID too.
Yeah, and there's, you know, sitting in a nice warm toasty squad while it's negative 60 degrees outside is just a recipe for a nap. So it's hard to stay awake sometimes, especially on them cold nights. But maybe roll the window down and wake yourself up a little bit. Well, as we get closer, we got maybe 2 minutes or a minute and a half till we switch over to Nicole. We appreciate you guys staying with us and bearing with us. Sorry we couldn't really get you into too much excitement, but we tried.
Weather conditions aren't that great. Once the weather starts getting warmer and warmer, though, it'll be busier and busier.
Should be a fun summer, I think.
Absolutely.
Check 1995.
Fridley,
A couple line numbers to our call, both minutes IDs.
Fridley just had a vehicle flee.
011.
Eastbound 694 from Central.
Second one, minutes ID again.
Temp
Echo
tag,
655
Silver Acura sedan.
005 507 816.
Was it West 694 from Central?
Eastbound 694 from Central.
Oh. With any luck, our patrol guys will pick it up. Great group of guys on patrol for us. Got a lot of experience out there.
Got one more when you're ready.
But yeah, it sounds like any second now we'll switch over to Nicole. So again, you know, thanks for and find something. But yeah, it's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Negative X up fluid, but it's not the RAS schedule. Bravo 781 ELG. Checking east for any current speakers that can assist 300 at Minnehaha, Earl.
Welcome back, backseaters.
Second channel 2 for a current speaking officer.
Happy St. Patty's Day. Glad to have you guys with us. I'm sorry that the sheriff and Pat are not here, and well, we're trying to fill their void. Hopefully we have been doing okay so far.
Second channel 1 for a current speaking officer.
Hopefully everyone's having a good St. Patty's Day, a safe St. Patty's Day. I know there's lots of options out there for getting a ride home safe.
Sorry, I got negative response.
So make sure you guys are taking that up, encouraging your family and friends to do so as well. We stopped out at the VFW on Arcade and Jessamine today, and Sergeant Sticks and I and a couple others of us, and we were greeted with some very, very friendly people, some LOP backseaters. So that was very refreshing to get some friendly faces and some good conversation with people. So if you guys were out there and I saw you, thanks for reaching out. Thanks for saying hi. We appreciate it. Tons been going on tonight, as you guys know, but currently St. Paul East is out searching the area for a missing vulnerable adult. Has a brain injury, some other health concerns, some mental health. So if you guys see him walking around, it's a white male, 320 pounds, gray hair and a beard, hazel eyes, last seen wearing a black sweatshirt, tan pants, and black shoes. So if you guys see him, call 911. It's cold out there. We want to make sure we get him home safe.
This is 184 code. 3 minutes.
Minutes.
7-6.
New message. New message.
To your right. It's an adult male at the University in Dale.
Got a party bus full of people. It's a good option.
Copy 3 minutes.
New message. New message. New message. New message. New message.
But other than that, not too much going on in Ramsey County for right now.
New message.
4493, go beyond field.
Copy on field.
Was just checking to see there's a vehicle that I ran in there that the RO comes back, or the registered owner comes back with a driving status of canceled IPS, which is amicable to public safety, which means basically the judges deemed him so unsafe that them driving is a jailable offense. It's a gross misdemeanor, but that was not the driver in there, so that's good.
5181.
5181.
Replacing 84, here's a word.
Right.
So if everyone wants to say the quiet word a couple times, maybe we can get something going on here. We've definitely been trying. It's not for a lack of effort, I'll tell you that, but
176.
176.
Only given an adult male with courtesy ride to 113 Manitoba.
Copy in 5 minutes.
seems like there's not a ton of vehicles out and everybody's kind of staying in, which is probably a good thing for the temperature, but I stopped a car yesterday. The license plate wasn't visible.
Back up here north of the DOC.
And the driver, pretty slow to stop, went a couple blocks without pulling over, and then when they pulled over, she took off and started going into the house right away. I was able to identify her through some other options, but she called her mom as she was yelling down from the upstairs window, telling us she's not going to come outside and kind of making a big debacle out of things. But her mom pulled up and talked to me and was very polite, very friendly. I couldn't have asked for a better person to talk to. I explained everything to her. She kind of told me where she was coming from, admitted that her daughter was wrong. And I just told her that, my traffic stop would have been done in 5 minutes. She could have gone inside her house and we could have gone our separate ways, but we had to take things kind of a different route from there, which is, nothing that I want to do, but things would be a little bit easier if I could have just talked to her and she would have just told me what was going on instead of running inside the house right away.
yourself.
Copy. 362 Tango, copy.
I copy. Thanks for checking.
Now, a lot of times people hide some of their stolen vehicles in some of these side lots or parked off an alleyway.
5181 arriving with fire.
I check them quite frequently, but they are a pain to go through right now just because of those ruts. Well, thank you for the shout out, Chris. I appreciate you guys at the Legion. You guys were very friendly. We will definitely be stopping back there. Sorry we didn't get to stay any longer. But we were...
318, can you have 314, right at 4? 4.
Entered his apartment while he was at a neighbor's and took his keys. Believes she may be somewhere in the building. Photo was found in Hispanic female, 37, 5'4", thin build, wearing a blue jacket.
Copy.
10 minutes.
Go through one of these back alleys and show you guys just how bad some of these ruts are if you're not from the St. Paul Twin City area.
14.
I watched a TikTok the other day that showed some of the potholes in Minneapolis, and it looked like average was a 3-inch deep pothole, which is just insane. So
Using fentanyl unknown is currently overdosing.
You can see where some of the ruts are. Some of them are so deep that they will actually scrape the bottom of your vehicle. So I try to drive out of them a little bit, but everybody's got their garbage cans and other vehicles and stuff, so you can't always do that.
Comments added. Clear advice of 3-1, and I'll take your disturbance on check.
So like I said, I still check these. It's just, they're miserable to drive through.
Copy. 1481 Jackson Street for loud music. Hilarious requesting speaker officers.
I don't remember if we talked about it the last time, but a few days ago we found a vehicle that the plates didn't match. So I ended up taking off before I even started a traffic stop with them, but the traffic stop was very short because Trooper 5 was overhead. As I was telling Sergeant Sticks, it was the first pursuit that I've ever had that the trooper was able to take over for me. You know, I've had them where they've been close, or you know, they obviously weren't up, but this was a very cool experience to have. Because I knew they were going to get caught no matter what.
Snelling Avenue North, assist medics. 50-year-old male, conscious breathing, requesting medics for heart problems.
So the teamwork and the ability to work with other agencies, that was awesome. It was a stolen vehicle. We ended up getting both of them into custody. The driver lied about his name, said he ingested fentanyl. But we found his real ID, and he had, I believe, 15 active felony warrants, which is insane.
4491 in custody. Copy.
So he has some repercussions for his actions.
35.
A lot of them were lottery ticket warrants, theft of lottery tickets.
Copy, 13 minutes.
So I believe the feds are going to take care of that portion of it.
5183, code 4 in traffic.
So he's in some serious trouble. And then obviously all of my charges that I have for him.
So I'm just gonna follow him. He's going to westbound 7th on the north side. Copy. Located the male with 7 severe man. He's walking home. Squad's following in 13 minutes. Photo squad, Playboy Matter first one in 1675 Beam Avenue for a male with cold, possibly homeless. 13 minutes.
New message. New message. New message.
And 362 Tango, you copied the mail's been located.
Actually, I was corrected. He had 25 active warrants. 25, not 15. So it was a good team effort. Bloomington helped. Hennepin County helped. Hennepin County is actually the ones who deployed successful stop sticks.
14 minutes.
So great team effort. It's great to get involved with other agencies. I love working with other people, other agencies, see how they do things. Build some team bonding. Even if we don't work with them all the time, it's refreshing to get some different people in the mix. Kind of a different lineup. Go and work with other people, other agencies, see what they have, what we can do better.
202.
Get some different ideas and things. It's great to work with other agencies like that.
Copy, medics cleared in at 15 minutes.
272. Our medic's already cleared. They're not out here.
Sorry about that. Let me try.
Alright.
Trying to find a vehicle that we can get Sergeant Sticks to do what he's good at, deploy some stop sticks. I think it's been maybe, I don't know, a week, so he's probably getting a little antsy-pantsy.
Two copy. We cleared in. Or they still need us.
Copy, at 6 minutes.
The roads aren't too slippery, but a little coating on there, 8 degrees out. It's just enough coating to make my camera go out of focus, but not enough for me to run my windshield wipers, so that's kind of a pain. So my apologies with the camera going in and out of focus there, but we'll work through it together.
I'll be around today. I'm sorry, there's a lot of feedback. Can you repeat? En route to the LEC. Copy.
One phone. 112. Clear GOI 113. Copy, 17 minutes.
4493. 4493.
En route to the PD with one adult male, starting mileage 20.4.
Copy.
Alright, hopefully that'll help with the focus there.
2540 EO2, please.
You know, Pat is a magician when it comes to figuring out
You got a first group for
the right angle and the focusing and
1501.
you know, the audio and everything with that. I am not, so please bear with me.
700, you're on LTAC 1. Please switch to ME-TAC 1 or TAC 6.
But those guys have been doing it for a lot longer, and they are professionals and experts when it comes to that stuff. So I have never been a techie person. You know, we have the smartest man in the world to help us with some of this technology issues, because otherwise I would be very lost.
314.
314, go ahead.
Little traffic jam in front of Bourne's Bar.
Second, sir, for your DOC.
Copy, was a squad to assist on DOC 1970 Burns Avenue for 121. Caller in there is a group of unruly teens in the hallway screaming and banging on her door on the first floor.
329, I'll be clear.
Out here, still looking for 2 vehicles that were taken with force, armed carjacking vehicles. So we're out here looking for them. One's a Mercedes SUV, one's a 2015 Audi sedan. We're still looking for those.
5184 routing.
I've had a couple people reach out about ride-alongs with me. We had some discussion. We're working a couple investigations right now that is not very conducive to having ride-alongs. I got a couple people I've got to call back and let them know that we're gonna have to put everything on hold for now. But that being said, our patrol division is still doing ride-alongs with the public. We have some great deputies that are willing to take people who are curious about our job, maybe just want a little bit more exposure, someone to ask some questions to. So if you guys are interested in that, you know, I'm happy to take people once we get to a point in some of our stuff where I can again. And then, you know, if you guys are willing to do that now, please reach out to our patrol division. Like I said, we've got some great deputies that they would love to take people. Get a lot of experience with that.
Eastbound 36, a white bear, and an accident with injuries, rollover, called and transferred to medics and notified state.
State Patrol has been pretty busy tonight. Lots of vehicle off-roads, lots of accidents.
Did you see that?
New message. New message. New message.
They really do a job that I don't think I would enjoy very much. I enjoy running traffic, I just don't think I would enjoy their calls for service as much as what you get at a regular police department or a sheriff's office.
Copy 121, Toledo, straight clear.
Thank you.
We are southbound Westminster from Maryland. There's a couple apartments here that I like to check out. They're just kind of a little bit more higher crime apartments. They you know, harbors some stolen vehicles, some firearms activity, some narcotics dealing. So it's good to, I roll through here probably once-ish a day. So we've got a vehicle here with no plates on it, so I'll go check the VIN. Make sure that it's not stolen. Then we'll check the U-Haul. There's an epidemic going on with those, it seems like.
447 area.
$23 minutes.
Excuse me, traffic.
23 minutes.
And 4478. They're eastbound, just before Wiper.
Go again.
Vehicles eastbound on Highway 36, just before Wiper.
Eastbound before White Bear. 20 minutes. $5181, $5183. $5181.
83.
1525 Grand C Charlie West on an alarm. Audible covering front doors.
81 copy. 83 copy.
24 minutes.
It's 4478. Everyone's out of the vehicle.
Copy. 24 minutes.
4430.
45 minutes.
Alright, I will be right back. There's some young lady that needs help getting into her building.
5184, code 4.
You guys can listen to the radio for a second.
25 minutes.
You're welcome, 25 minutes. $4423 arriving on state.
26 minutes.
Woo! Brr! Chilly, chilly.
5181 arriving.
Chilly, chilly, chilly. Whew.
27 minutes.
Oh, a nice young lady just moved into
Traffic.
her building here, but
27 minutes.
for whatever reason, her key fob isn't working to get her into the building. So she, I don't know if she didn't feel right or
362, can you add Foxtrot Tango Kilo?
felt awkward or didn't feel comfortable knocking on someone's window to try to get her into the building. So it's a pretty easy fix for me to be able to do. So some nice young other lady was had their lights on, so I knocked on their patio door and they were nice enough to let her in. So she's gonna have to figure the rest of that stuff out with property tomorrow, but at least she can
New message.
get into the building now. Whew, burr. So cold it makes you tense up and makes your back hurt.
New message.
Ridiculous.
Squad 325. 325 going.
Transport adult male from Regents to the LEC.
Heavy.
I thought that I heard they located that missing vulnerable adult, and it looks like the call is cleared, so I believe they did.
4362.
So that's awesome news.
Under fire on the way, they can cancel.
Really, really good news.
I copy, cancel fire and medics.
62 University, doubliner. Started that guy on the vehicle with you, so.
270, can I get your scan?
We are rolling through the Cook and Burr area, Cook and Bradley area.
270, number is 043874. 043874.
New message.
44 on
These kind of side streets, I think they get a little bit neglected just because they're not a thoroughfare that people constantly are traveling, so.
Fire response.
9-3, I copy, you're arriving if there's a squad that can assist in the intact
New
room.
message.
So I try to go through them a little bit.
4423, I'm clearing all back 9-3.
It's kind of where you catch people kind of slinking around, lurking around, doing theft from autos, burglaries of garages.
And Roswell, I copy, your code for. Squad 189, just confirming Snelling University.
Central head this way.
Thank you, 31 minutes.
A couple questions about license plates on there. In the state of Minnesota, you need a license plate on the front and back. It needs to be affixed to the license plate holder. In other states, you only need one. So that vehicle that was at that apartment complex was issued out of Tennessee, and Tennessee allows their vehicles to only have one license plate. Michigan, the same. Texas, the same. Then there's other states that you need both. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, I believe. We are able to pull vehicles over for equipment violations out of state. But we have to know what the out-of-state law says. We can't pull them over for having a Minnesota violation. So like that vehicle that's issued out of Tennessee, I can't pull them over for not having a front license plate just because that's what's required of you in Minnesota. If I knew that Tennessee required 2 license plates, then yes, I could pull them over for that. When I was on phase 1, I tried to issue a citation to a driver for an equipment violation that was out of state. My FTO quickly put a stop to that one. We had a nice learning curve. on that.
Sam,
So
Charlie, Ocean, Tom, Charlie, Henry.
it's good to have good teachers so you can know what the heck is going on.
Silver Lake Road and H at 32 minutes.
4478.
4478.
You can recall this at AOA, squad clear report.
Copy.
New message.
Minnesota and Wisconsin are very similar when it comes to vehicle violation laws. I'm gonna stop on South near Wells.
.23 out. Copy.
So we got a couple things going on. Can't see out of the back window. Tabs are expired. Loud exhaust. We'll go talk to him about that.
Your incident has been updated.
2499 transport.
2499.
One adult male from Regents to the LEC. Starting mileage 21.
Copy.
Your incident has been updated.
I copy. Just a suspicious 68 Douglas Street for a old black Saturn.
I'm with her.
Flat by 2 in front of the address for the last 5 minutes. Second time vehicle has pulled up in front of the address. Can I get a box back?
Alright, copy. I'm close. Just let me know if you need another.
Can I get a spot back? 213.
I'll go.
Showing your route at 35 minutes.
So he's saying the vehicle belongs to a friend. Which is all well and good, but
176, 169.
you're still required to, have a vehicle that's up to code with everything.
It is, go ahead.
Sir, DMT operator here. Available to assist 318.
Personal preference, I won't really cite people for,
I can check.
equipment violations if I can actually prove that it's not their vehicle, not, they're not driving it all the time, but when it comes to that other stuff, it's, if you're driving the vehicle every single day for 3 months,
2,500 blocks of
you've got rights to that vehicle first off, but secondly, you've got
two vehicles
ample opportunities to kind of fix some of those equipment violations. So.
Unknown if it's northbound or southbound, and state patrol's going to be advised.
Squad copy.
$37 minutes. 65, you can be clear.
Sure, thank you, sir. One seven five.
175.
Go and cancel 165.
165, you can be clear.
165, copy, thank you. Other 7.
$24.89 arrived at the LEC, sending mileage to 1.
004387.
2361 traffic.
23.
Alright, we're clear.
2700 block of rice. Black Acura, no plates.
Alright.
Copy, 2700 block of rice, black Acura, no plate.
Let that young man get some cigarettes. Said he's just stopping up here at the M&H. Grab cigarettes.
$81.98 to the traffic.
8197.
Silver Lake Road and Mounds Ave with Edward Yellow Tom 517.
Silver Lake and Mounds. At 39 minutes.
I'm sure you guys can hear some of the beeping that goes on. It's all of our cameras synced up, just letting us know that they're still recording. There's definitely been times where I forgot to shut my recordings off and I'm having a personal car to call my mom or something like that. None of that needs to be on a recording.
5184, I copy the update, back and roll.
But it's good to have some reminders that they're going.
Copy.
Yeah, it's chilly out.
2363. 2363. I'll be out 6 more. We have a 2700 block of Rice Street. Copy.
Let me know if you guys can hear the radio or if it's, too loud or too quiet. It's hard for me to tell when I can't hear the platform that you guys are listening through. So just let me know if you need it up or down or any of that. A couple questions about search and seizure stuff. I'm happy to talk that stuff with people. I'm pretty passionate about Fourth Amendment stuff. I'm not an expert by any means, but it's an area of this job that's very interesting to me. So I see a couple questions about opening the car door. First and foremost, we are able to open car doors without really any reason. The courts have told us time and time again that that's something that is justified. But for this stop in particular, the driver's side window was plastic, so he couldn't open that. And when I typically do passenger side approaches, but when I went up on the passenger side, he was unable to open his window because it was frozen. He tried it a couple times. I could hear him going up and down a little bit here in it turning up and down the belt in there. So I just opened the door for him just to talk to him. I didn't open it up the second time because he was able to wedge it down, which is good. But yes, we are good to do that. It's justified. It's not a violation of anything. But I am happy to clarify any of that. with you guys that have any questions. Like I said, it's something that I'm interested in when it comes to this job, so talking through that stuff, and it helps me learn as well. So if you guys have questions, like I said, just go ahead and ask them, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Closer 23.
And 3 minutes. Check your status.
Go for it.
24 minutes.
So we are coming up to White Bear here off of 7th. Still in St. Paul.
5184.
Squads are clear assisted.
Copy.
You know what, we'll go, in White Bear, we'll go check out the Motel 6. I haven't been through there in a while.
Central Squad 3 have a DOC intending for 670 7th Street West, Unit 1. Callers hearing a female screaming, sounds like she's locked out of her apartment, has scrapes of blood on her hand.
3936.
3936.
Is there an Oakdale unit on the way? They got some damage to signs over here.
Sounds like they were cool. Let me just double check with them.
Copy.
161.
I'll get back 120 on that call. You can cancel 120, I can. You can cancel 120. I'll go for 120.
Copy. 120, I'll be showing you there.
New message.
You can cancel to it.
Copy. Definitely said that.
I'm just calling really quick to see if they have a flood room.
Patrol canine handlers doing some fuckle that fled from another agency.
Copy.
It's awesome to hear. I like the follow-up. I like the initiative. Question on if I like to ride by myself or if I'd rather have a partner. Overall, I would probably rather ride by myself. It's not a knock on anyone or anything like that. It's just personal preference. I can be a little particular, use that word lightly, particular on the way that I like things done. But I'm glad someone asked that because I actually just asked Sergeant Sticks if I could ride with him for a few hours one of these nights, and he's told me no. So if you guys, something interesting, maybe you guys should go talk to Sergeant Sticks next time you see him out and about. Let him know that he should take me with him for a couple hours and teach me how to do things the right way. Maybe learn a thing or two here and there.
New message. New message. New message. New message.
My friendly one was silver, 2006.
New message.
Tight squeeze there. That's not where I would park my vehicle. All this open space down here, and then have two vehicles that are at a tight corner.
8195 traffic.
8195.
It's kind of
Over Lake Road, 7th Street.
asking for problems.
New message. New message. New message.
Boy looks cold. He has got rosy cheeks.
3936 Oakdale is en route.
Copy. Paramedics still en route as well.
Stand by, I'll check.
Alright, nothing good in there. Back out to White Bear.
$39.36. It looks like they did not start here since it was on the Oakdale side. Did you want me to have Oakdale start medic?
Stand by, I'll double check with the other driver if he still wants them.
Copy.
Just enough snow on the ground now to make everything just a little bit slippery. So that kind of stinks. I mean, there's isn't a ton of traffic out there. I mean, this is White Bear. This is a busy road, and
At 50 minutes.
just not seeing much.
120, can you have a couple?
Saw lots of people dressed in green today. No leprechauns, though. Couple questions on if I've thought about going federal. I will say I'm very happy with where I'm at right now.
Copy.
And not only am I happy, but I'm very humbled. There's a big learning curve with what I'm doing now in this role versus what I was doing just a few months ago. And that's just a complete different side of this job. So I'm humbled every day with learning something new. Say hi to Sergeant Sticks.
Requesting you use buzzer W222.
I guess it's a good reminder of that I am not ready for anything else. I need to work on figuring out what the heck I'm doing in this role first. Getting some footing down and in that. Maybe towards the end of my career I would look at doing something with maybe the DEA. They seem to be one of the more nitty-gritty federal capacities, such as working narcotics investigations, firearms investigations, with kind of some of the less political stuff, and then also not being required to move.
Your caller in the upper unit said her downstairs neighbors is banging doors. There's also a order of protection between the two parties.
Most of the federal agencies require you to move, and that is just...
52 minutes.
I commend the people who are okay doing that and who want that, but that is just not something that
FedEx for narcotic
I have
issue.
any interest in whatsoever. So that kind of narrows down that type of stuff, but that is not until way, way later in my career. Like I said, I'm very happy with where I'm at right now. I couldn't ask for a better unit to work for, better partners, a better sergeant, and then, you know, a better sheriff to work for with that. There's just not many people out there, so very grateful with the opportunities I have right now.
You can leave everyone else on this, but this will be a report. Marks everyone that came to help. Video minutes.
This BP here likes to have some crime attached to it, I guess. I don't know.
You get the Compton lesson or give us a code to get in.
Been robbed a couple times, stolen vehicles. That Malibu was a little interesting to me.
220 Narcan issue.
Having Narcan issue 54 minutes.
But we'll see if we can just catch them rolling around.
New message.
Jeep sounds nice. Exhaust on there.
New message.
He just wants to start 240 Spring Street to assist medics for mail down at the end of the hall on 3rd floor.
Okay, we made it through.
He just wants to start at 240 Spring Street to assist medics with the mail down at the end of the hall on 3rd floor.
Clear report. That's the strike team. And then we'll be around that
240 Spring Street.
Copy at 56 minutes.
I guess it's in Central. If we were close, I was going to go to it, but it's way...
Denver Maplewood, Scarlet, can assist. 2275 Atlantic Street north of Maplewood Manor Apartments, Unit 307 on a domestic. Caller's boyfriend just assaulted her, and there are knives in the house. He's starting to use them. Caller disconnected. We're trying to call back. 3362 copy.
Maplewood's pretty busy right now. They, all their squads tied up. They've got the sergeants taking calls. Calls and pending, so they're spread pretty thin right now, being busy.
4362, domestic possible weapons. 2423, I can break. Start. Copy.
But part of the issue when it comes to being spread thin with Maplewood is the geography and the size of the city. So if you've got squads on a call that requires your attention. That's way deep south Maplewood, which is basically Woodbury.
It's okay with the bosses. Head this alarm and start that domestic as well.
You're not much help to someone who needs help closer to the northern side of Maplewood.
Emails declining medics.
Code 4, 15. 6-2, just stay clear for now.
So we need to let's go.
In 4362 and 4423, suspect did threaten to kill the caller with a knife. His name's Jared Green, black male, 26 years old, 5'8", thin build. He was last seen unclothed in the hallway. Caller's waiting outside in a gold Jeep Cherokee in the parking lot.
We are actually going to float
6-2, I copy.
to that call.
Suspect 164-128.
What gets me worried about that call is when they said he's unclothed in the hallway. It makes me think of, being under the influence of narcotics, maybe some excited delirium. So when we kind of break this call down, if you were to take everything for face value, and that's a big if, because you can't, because you're only getting one side and you're technically getting it third hand. The complainant to the call taker to dispatch to you. But we have a domestic with weapons. And then we have terroristic threats. So we've got someone who's assaulting someone with a weapon. And then on top of that, we've got
176.
terroristic threats.
176.
This is 165-175.
The terroristic threats is a felony level crime. The domestic can be anywhere from a misdemeanor to a felony. It just depends on convictions and enhancements.
The subject is not aware police have been called. It's unknown if he's fight or flees. He has been drinking and using marijuana.
But like I said, out of all this, Maplewood can handle their own calls.
Copy.
If they need help, they'll ask for it. But like I said, what worries me is the not clothed portion. So we'll go there, we'll hang out in the parking lot, let them conduct their investigation, and see if they need more squads, and we can go from there. But it doesn't hurt to just float that way, make sure everybody's going to be good and safe, and that includes everybody from the people who are involved in the call to the officers and any other bystanders. St. Paul carry over into Maplewood. So there's a lot of different ways to get to 2275 Atlantic.
3916.
But we're gonna go Prosperity to Larpenter. Larpenter to English. Over to the apartments over there is another side street. I think it's bunch of them over there, but you can take really whatever you want. I think we'll take a B over, but you could go up 35, you could go up Arcade. A lot of different ways to get from there, just kind of mapping out what you think is the best option at the time. My faster option probably would have been continuing and going through Arcade, but
Affirmative. Should be Juliet Foxtrot Hotel 621. I'm not doing anything. They leave. Checking. Copy. Copy 150 West turn for 911. Hang up. PC can hear a male speaking in the background and shuffling. First two callbacks, someone answered, but did not respond to TCs, and then no answer until additional callbacks. Hold for copy. That was over.
alright, almost there.
I tried calling myself and got voicemail.
Sounds like Maplewood's having issues finding the complainant. Comp said that she was outside waiting in her vehicle. Sounds like they cannot find the vehicle.
Copy 106.
220 it's only 10-0.
Copy 216 Mayor Road as well as 101 Street for suspicion. Female is attempting to get into the building. My caller shut the door. Female started screaming and looking into the vehicle. To be away, female 35 feet is sobering up black coat and black mask.
Alright, north on English, coming up
30 minutes, 30 seconds. Copy. What's the combat holiday?
Frisbee, or sorry, Belmont.
Copy.
We'll cut over here on County B, and we'll pretty much be there.
Where is your 52 will be headed to holiday? Copy.
sounds like they were able to find that the comp left and is at Holiday.
286, you control something.
I went away.
Is he still in there?
I don't know. I'm fucking
Okay.
because we thought
Well, wait.
it was a female,
Yeah,
and then
in the Jeep.
yeah, and then there's no Jeep here, and then they're saying he's over there. That's why I was like cop or
Or suspect.
suspect.
Yeah.
He said the cop. We can't get in there, so
I'll just hang out. The
4478
naked thing makes me a little
checking
worried.
notice.
So,
yeah, I know. Thanks.
yep. So, sounds, I don't know if the dispatch made contact with the complainant or
Can you make case number, please?
what, but they're saying that someone is going to talk to police over here at the Holiday. So we'll just roll over here. That apartment complex is secured, so I can't get in anyways, but roll over here and make sure that it's the actual complainant, not the suspect, and then it looks like they got another squad over here. So, change of plans. I will go hang out at the apartment complex and make sure our suspect
Information, Maplewood, fires in row 2057 Bradley
doesn't
Street,
come
north
out
on a fire alarm running in the building. No fire
naked and
alarm
wielding a
fire.
knife or something.
Copy 109.
Since they've got that under control, they can talk to the comp, figure out kind of what level of crime they have, if any. Just because someone calls in doesn't mean that we actually have a crime. But turn a little bit so you guys can see the building. Alright. So that's the building. But yeah, while they're doing that, dealing with that, we'll just hang out here and, like I said, make sure he doesn't come out. That way we at least have eyes on this while they figure out what they got going on. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I know from all over the world.
GOA with 213.
But just to recap for those of you that weren't around, this is apartment complex off of Atlantic, hanging out, making sure that everybody's gonna be doing okay. Is that better? Sorry, I think we froze there for a little bit.
09329.
Is that better?
On an alarm, 902 Arcade Street at Los Gatos. It's going to be out. We'll cover in the back bush. 113.
I think the subtitles are a cool addition to Facebook.
983.
You can clear us from the West Haven detail 043491. Everybody's EOT. It's going to be assisted. You need to take me off the board. Thank you.
Copy 113.
Well, that was a pretty easy fix. I think I backed up 4 feet.
Checking squad service.
Controlled, we're still talking.
Copy.
Sounds like they're still getting the side of the story from the comp. Over a holiday, you know, it's not a bad option to leave. Sorry, I should rephrase that. It's a good option to leave if things are getting violent, physical. You know, you're in danger. Absolutely leave. It's not a bad idea to even go into your vehicle and to move, you know, to a public place from there. So this person was smart enough to go to the gas station right down the street. I think that's a good option. You know, you're in the public. We can meet you there easily. You know, you're not stuck with things. So that was pretty smart of them.
Bravo 754.
Bravo 754.
Be giving a courtesy ride to adult males in Union Depot.
Copy 115.
Excuse me. Lots of these apartment complexes, we have what's called a Knox box key. It gives us access to apartment complexes, sometimes even individual units. That's kind of rare, but it's for emergencies only. A lot of them are for the fire department.
95, code 4.
Code 4 on the stop. 116.
$7922 at the secondary location.
So it's definitely nice in cases of emergency or
Copy
kind of weird hours where we can't, you know, we knock on windows, we buzz everyone's door, and we just can't get let in. So that's it's definitely a benefit to have. We went to, if anyone knows, the Larpener Apartments on the 2443 Larpener. There's like a group of 6 of them over there. When you go in through the first door, it's got like a breezeway area or front entryway.
5181.
And then before you get up the stairs, there's kind of like a gate. Well, it's a very tall front entryway because it's 2 stories high. We had someone who was going through cardiac arrest, so we needed to get in there ASAP, and one of the firefighters was actually able to scale the entire second door. Like it was probably, I don't know, 15 plus feet up in the air.
117.
I was able to do that, so it's definitely entertaining, but we got in there pretty quick then because of that.
319.
Feeling secure. False alarm 321.
Copy.
Squad 279.
279.
Clear assisted.
Chad's LPRs are up and running as of recently.
Copy at 118.
If I'm not mistaken, it's his first time operating them on like a regular basis. He made a comment the other day that he ran 1,100-ish license plates in a shift. It's kind of crazy it's kind of a crazy number if it's not something that you're used to or have no idea how many you're going to run. It's a lot of numbers, saves a lot of time, allows you to be paying attention to other stuff versus having your head in the computer. So we got lots of squads in the area. 2 Maplewood squads dealing with this complainant right now. A North St. Paul squad came over to help. And then the rest of us CAT deputies are out here. Like I said, the naked thing kind of just gives everybody a little bit of worry. There is something else is going on. But hopefully they're able to get a story over there and figure out a game plan. Like I said, if we have charges, what kind of charges they are, because that, if we have charges and we have a level, that will dictate kind of how we proceed from here. But hopefully we can get a few more LPRs installed in our vehicles. They are just a great tool, a great asset for us. And they're not a takeaway from having to, run license plates still. You still have to be able to do that. You still have to look at, the hits on them, because a lot of times people swap plates and you get something similar. Or your color's off and it's, a stolen license plate that's not reported stolen yet. So it doesn't take away the human behind it, but it definitely makes your job a little bit easier. Once they get one more Maplewood squad in the area, I think we'll be good to clear. Just want to make sure that, like I said, they've got enough bodies to handle with what they're dealing with, but they got 2 that are on the way. So and they're not too far out. Looks like one of them's at White Bear and Larpener, and the other one's at McKnight and B-Boy.
We'll start back to that PCM.
So they'll be here shortly, and then they can take over their call and head on out and try to find something else. And this Mercedes has just been sitting here either warming up or running for quite a while now.
New message.
213-279, I copy your en route to the DOC at 1085 Montreal Avenue, Unit 1106 at 122.
New message. New message.
4423.
New message.
4423. And clear squads report. Thanks to our state call for the assist.
Alright.
At 122.
I don't know what happened, but I know that we're done. So on to a rollin' stolen, hopefully. That's what I could use right now.
New message.
It's just an uncooperative victim pretty much. We're not gonna escalate it, so.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yep.
Arrived to the LAC, ending mileage 35.5.
So the
So 124.
I just got a quick one-liner on what was going on, but it sounds like the original complainant was pretty non-cooperative. So based off of that, and kind of some of the other stuff that was listed, the knives, the weapons, the being intoxicated, the naked. All that jazz. They're not going to push the issue with that. As long as no one's in danger, the other person has a safe place to go. It's a smart choice. We don't want anyone to get hurt. Southbound 61 from County Road B-Boy at Keller Park over here. Keller Golf Course to my left. We chased a stolen vehicle in there one time where a couple people had fled on foot. The last guy was outstanding, was hiding underneath a vehicle for about an hour. But we got all of them. Other than that, I haven't really been to the Keller Golf Course other times. Very nice venue though. Beautiful inside, huge building, but very nice. Everything's all updated and high quality and just very nice.
Probably let's squad to assist suspicious 551 Jenks Avenue. There's a white Honda Tourer coupe that's parked from the edge for the last half hour. Unknown if it's occupied.
We're not too far from the suspicious call with
Clear squad that can assist 325. I come back.
With St. Paul. If you didn't hear a suspicious call, vehicle parked in the driveway for the last half hour. Obviously, doesn't belong to the house, but.
Bravo 654. I will be clear the depot and back out of the DOT.
But we're not too far from there, so we'll just float that way and make sure squads are good. And if we get there first, then take care of it for St. Paul. They had kind of a crazy call earlier when you guys were riding with Joe and Chad. I don't know if you guys heard it, but came out as a customer was refusing to leave from a gas station and then turned into the armed security and that customer exchanging bullets. That's kind of crazy. But St. Paul found him. He did have a couple gunshot wounds to his arm, so they placed a tourniquet on him. Kind of dealt with there, but the firearm that they located in the vehicle came back as stolen out of Chicago.
5th Street in Stinson, Wisconsin, Adam Charles Robert 4736.
So he's got some explaining to do with that one. Other than that, I don't know the details of that entire call or what went down or how we got from refusing to leave to shooting at each other.
for 128.
Roads are actually getting a little bit slipperier now. I gotta keep that in mind when we're coming up some of these intersections here. Looks like there's a couple squads on scene, so we'll flip over to St. Paul 3, make sure we don't miss something.
Change to an AMA, target report with C20.
At 129.
People still walking home from the bars. A little cold for me. I'd probably opt for an Uber or a Lyft, but
329, we'll be out with Minnesota plate. Charlie, November, Kilo 892.
to each his own.
Copy, that was Charlie, November, Kilo 892.
Confirm.
Alright.
Copy.
We are over here. They're out. By the looks on their faces, everybody is
code 4.
Copy, code 4, 130.
smiley and laughing, so that's good.
$24.35 EOT.
131.
Alright. It's an easy fix. I don't know what they're doing, but they looked like they were just hanging out, so nothing wrong with that. There's also nothing wrong with calling it in either, just to make sure. That's what we're here for, and lots of times people are up to no goods when we get called. You guys have your own spidey senses, and you guys know when stuff is off, so we're happy to check stuff out, and if there's nothing going on, we'll talk to them, let them know why we were called out there, and 9 times out of 10 people are good with that. And then I typically, when a complainant is calling about something around their house, I typically call them back and just let them know what was going on, just so that they can have a little bit of peace of mind. I know that I would want to call back if I was the one who called in about something suspicious. I know that I would want to know what was going on, and maybe not really know what's going on, but at least know that there's no issues with anything and nothing to be worried about. Desolate. I hope the snow is done. I hope the cold weather is done. ready for a little bit warmer weather, some sunshine.
329.
Clear advise for 325 commentary.
134.
Lots of people kind of sleep underneath this bridge here. I don't know if it's because it's not a super high trafficked area. But there have been some stolens down here. But yeah, it's been pretty quiet. Thought those bumps were going to be a lot worse than what they were, but no complaints. He's been there for a while or recently got there?
Bravo 754, you put me in a DOC.
Gabby.
Bravo 754, confirming you want me to DOC you, or are you asking if I did?
72.
Go ahead.
Mark right in Brainerd with Adam Mary George 513. Unoccupied code.
Copy.
I didn't hear Chad. Is it moving or no?
210. Choose that very creative
No,
DOC.
unoccupied.
We'll start
Listen,
heading our way.
looks like it's been there for a while.
DOC, copy. I want to.
Advised.
Bravo 754, I'm code 4. I have one in custody. If I could just have a squad come down here just for a computer.
210 en route.
Copy. I want to.
So I'm not sure if you heard that part. We switched radio frequencies and I don't have the capability of having it on my squad, so I have to have a second handheld radio that has it on there. Because I have an earpiece, I'll get feedback if I talk on my one that's attached to my person. So I have it going on, but either way, Chad got a hit on his LPR for a stolen vehicle. It's unoccupied. Looks like it's been there for quite a while. So he is just gonna go recover it. From there, but he's got a couple squads that are near him. Both St. Paul and then Tony over there.
Bravo 754, if that squad wants to meet me on the south entrance.
And we're not far if someone comes to it, but
210 copy.
he doesn't need more than one or two bodies over there.
You can change this to a
Pun
drunk
on
driver,
the
third
body
report.
with Tony body.
At 138.
65, 2163. 65. 63.
I'll pull you over where
Sergeant to
the
copy, 2534 Rice Street at the Flamberger on a shot fired. One caller reporting one shot heard 2 minutes ago.
where St. Paul found that vehicle involved with the shooting back and forth from the gas station.
63 copy.
It looked to me like it was crashed kind of in the yard and almost into a building kind of, so I don't know what happened there, but I also don't want to go downtown. I'm avoiding that for now, so.
Copy the update. Do we have a description of where he's at?
Info for squads. For the latest update, male pulled out a gun inside the store and they accidentally discharged it. Suspect left on foot 5 minutes ago in direction of travel. It's going to be a black male in their 30s, 5'6", wearing all black.
So we're nowhere near this Rice Street call, but
2165, we got 2 people fighting with security that were apparently with the suspect currently. 141.
you want me to float your way, Chad?
No, I should be good. This thing's been sitting here for a while, so all good. I'll holler if I need to.
This is where the vehicle was found, kind of right in this little nook right here. Where my light is. It was a little Toyota Corolla, so it fit right in there. But Rice Street Flameburger, male pulled out a gun, accidentally discharged a round in there, and then now we got 2 guys that are fighting with security that came with that original suspect. So they got a lot of stuff going on there. We'll float that way, but we're nowhere near it. Shout out to Isaac Valek. Hope I'm saying your name right in one of the 2 ways. Turned 21 on Sunday. Pretty big deal. Make sure you're safe, make good choices, but enjoy yourself. So yeah, we will float over to there. It sounds like the suspect left on foot, but just in case they get some unruly patrons, they probably could use a couple bodies.
Zero 95, code 41, custody.
Copy. I'll take a 10-1 until 65 is code 4. Copy, 10-1, Flameburger. 6-5, check the status.
Black guy in suspect is GOA. He left the vehicle on the direction at this time. A couple of disorderly parties here.
Copy. Holding us on 134. Do we know what kind of vehicle?
We do not know which kind of vehicle.
So we've got Ricky Wardine over there at the Flameburger, first on scene. He is the calm voice.
2164 arriving.
Calm voice behind all the yelling in the background from over there.
I can small spots for close for here. I need somebody to come in right left and unknown SUV.
He's confirming that the suspect is not
10-1
on scene.
canceled. Suspect left in an unknown SUV, unknown direction of travel. 145.
Confirming the suspect left.
Do we have a color on that SUV? 2164, anybody coming south on Rice? There was an SUV heading north. Thought it was going a little fast.
Said he's good inside the store. They're just navigating through some of the...
Like 14 color on the SUV?
Some of the stories that are going on.
It would be passing over 694 by now.
$21.64. Do you call the color on that SUV?
Negative. I passed it. I was hoping one of the county squads was coming south on Rice.
Copy. 146.
EOT, good night.
Copy, have a good night. Others cross for 2 o'clock EOT, squad 165.
Squad 2775 remote.
Copy.
So they're putting it up there. They've got 10 plus squads going to it. We're not going to tie up any more resources going to that when they have it well under control.
189.
189.
Any other squads for 2 o'clock EOT?
186.
Copy. Any other spots?
But yeah, lucky that no one got hurt at the Flameburger. It is pretty tight corners in there.
Have a good night, 147.
2164. Tracks that vehicle going to 694 westbound.
But it sounds like we're going to be heading, or excuse me, it sounds like we're going to be turning
Track the vehicle going westbound.
turning off for the night.
The tire tracks in the snow, since it was the only vehicle going that way, went to 694 westbound. Now I'm going to try to look for it.
Copy.
It's been great having you guys ride with us. I'm sorry that it was such an uneventful St. Patty's Day, but I guess that's good in a way. But everyone, I hope everyone stays safe. Had a good St. Patrick's Day. Hopefully to see you guys next Friday.
Well, 13, I copy an urge to the man and we'll hang up. 200 blocks, 3 a.m.